On the record in case number 2024-00326, electronic 2024 joint integrated resource plan of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company. Okay, I see we already have a witness in the stand, but please call your next witness.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor. LG&KU call Michael Seaborn.
Okay, Mr. Seaborn, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Michael Seaborn, 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Okay, counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Seaborn. Can you tell us by whom you are employed, please?
LG&KU Energy Services.
And what is your job title there, please?
My current job title is Director of Energy Planning, Analysis, and Forecasting.
Very good. Did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, the witness is available for questions.
Okay, Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Malone?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Musical chairs. No one wants to hum. All right. And so next up is Sierra Clubs.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, okay. And SREA.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. And joint interveners.
A few questions, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Seaborn. My name is Cassandra McCrae. I just have a few questions for you this morning. You were following the hearing yesterday,
Yes.
and so you heard some of the discussion that Mr. Wilson and I had.
Yes.
And you're on Mr. Wilson's team,
That's right.
so you would report directly to him?
Yes, in the context of the IRP.
Is there another context in which you work?
Since the IRP, he's been moved to a different position, and I've been promoted to his role.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
In Mr. Wilson's new position, will he continue to be involved in the next IRP?
He'll be involved to some degree, yes.
What would that involvement look like?
So we did a bit of a musical chairs after one of our VPs retired. Chuck Schramm, who's coming up next, took his role. Stuart Wilson's took the role of Chuck Schramm, so he'll have that role that Chuck covered in the IRP.
And was Chuck's role in the 2024 IRP, excuse me, Mr. Schramm's role? It just didn't
Sorry.
feel right.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me.
Didn't feel right to me either.
Yeah. So Mr. Schramm's role in the 2024 IRP, in terms of the modeling that would be done for the IRP, was Mr. Schramm involved in deciding what the modeling methodology would look like?
Not in the modeling, no.
No, that was just a matter between you and Mr. Wilson?
That's right.
Okay. So you may have heard yesterday I was asking Mr. Wilson, and he suggested I follow up with you to clarify what version of Plexos was used for the 2024 IRP modeling. Do you
It was
know?
version 10
Version 10?
and release number 6.
Version 10, release number 6. So that means since issuing version 10, they've released 5 or 6.
7, actually.
7, okay.
When they release a major version, they start with release 0, and then they release sequential versions after that.
Okay, so they had their first major to 10.0, and now they are 6 revision releases past 10.0
At the time of the IRP, right?
at the time of the IRP. Where are they now?
They're on 11, and they just, major version 11, release number 3, I think.
And that's just in the last year?
They release a major version approximately every calendar year. It's not, every August 6th or anything, but
Sure. And when they when they release a new version, is that something that LG&E and KU have to pay for again, or does it come to you just naturally as part of your existing subscription?
it's included in our license agreement, all new versions.
License agreement would be a better way for me to refer to that than subscription.
Right,
And so you license the software on an annual basis.
that's right.
And are there any limits on your use over the course of that year?
We have a limit on the number of users, so we license maybe 6 users right now, 6 or 7, I think.
And Energy Exemplar offers cloud computing services too, right?
They do, we don't use those.
You don't use Energy Exemplar cloud computing?
Right,
So you're running Plexos on local machines?
right.
Do you run ProSim on local machines too?
We do. The same machines.
Can you tell me what the computing capabilities of your local machines are?
Well, we refer to them as the beasts. They are, they're HP Model Z machines. They come with pretty fast processors. I can't tell you the exact specs. We upgrade them to have 512 gigs of RAM so that they can handle big Plexos runs like we do. And so they're pretty fast, lots of memory. We can run maybe 5 of IRP type runs in parallel on those machines. So yeah, they're fast and have high memory, which is required to do this kind of computing.
Is it 5 separate CPUs that comprise the beast?
It has 4 CPUs
4 CPUs?
inside it.
And to clarify, CPU refers to computer processing unit.
Right.
Right, okay.
That's subject to check. I've never looked inside them, but
Yeah. What I was trying to get at is like the sort of,
right.
desktop.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And as far as we know, we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can provide the full specs on them if that's relevant at all for us, post your request.
Well, really what I'm more interested in is the difference between your computing capability and that of Energy Exemplar's cloud computing. What can you tell me about the cloud computing processing ability that's available to you through Energy Exemplar?
Sure. So we did a test of that. As we've progressed in our ability to do this on our local machines, we looked at Plexos' cloud computing. We did a 30-day trial 2 years ago, I think. One, it was very expensive, and you got one computer for about the cost of 5 of our computers. And so it wasn't nearly as useful or as cost-effective for us to do this computing. And the computer that you got did not have nearly the RAM. I don't know really how their cloud computing works, but if you're on just a single computer sitting on a rack somewhere, or if it's more in the cloud or what. But it wasn't as cost-effective or as fast, and it was a little clunky in pushing our data to the cloud and then pulling that data back. It was a little clunkier than doing it on our own. The thing that Plexos offers for local computing is what they call Plexos Connect. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So that's how we use it. It has we use a computer as a server on site, and it spits out all the, that's not a technical term, but it puts out all the computing to all these client computers, the beasts, and then manages that they do all the runs, bring the data back to the central server, and then we pull data from that server. So we have our own little data center, if you will, of our own computers that do all the computing on our own. We found that much more effective than using cloud, and just from a computing in and out, and then much more cost effective.
Can I ask, when LG and KU acquire your own computing hardware, would that be a capital expense?
Generally, it would be. If you're buying, I think it depends on how many you're buying. If you buy one computer, I don't think that qualifies to meet the level of expense to be capital, but if you're buying a bunch of computers, I believe that would be capital.
And license agreements for software, those are not capital expenses.
No, I don't think that's a capital expense. For Plexos, I think there are capital expenses for other software packages that are larger, but if you, especially if you buy the software, but in the context of the IRP for Plexos, no.
Okay, so you mentioned before, as you progressed in your ability to use Plexos?
To use computing.
To use computing. Can you explain what you mean?
Well, so we started, we've tried it on in a number of different fashions on our local computing. We started on some older Z machines that weren't nearly as fast. We moved to trying them on virtual machines, which are computers that are spun up in our data center. I can't get into the architecture of that, but they're not physical computers around our desks. That was pretty good, but we also shared those virtual machines with other processes. And so Plexos uses a lot of memory. And so when we put Plexos on those virtual machines, that we were no longer able to do other stuff when we were doing big runs like you would in an IRP and a bunch of scenarios at the same time. So we got 5 more of the beasts, and then we ended up getting 10 more of those. So we have 15 really fast, high memory computers, and we still have the 5 older ones. So we have 20 at our disposal. We don't use all 20 at once. We focus on the 15 new ones when we're trying to do a big run and push it everything.
Excuse me, I'm just a bit confused. I thought just a couple of minutes ago you told me that you had 4 beasts, but you have 20 beasts?
Each beast has 4 CPUs.
Each beast has 4 CPUs. Oh, okay. Okay, so you have 20 beasts, each with 4 CPUs.
Right, and you know, a CPU can open up to many more parallel runs at once.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Still in the Plexo software, you may have heard me start to ask Mr. Wilson yesterday about the, I'll call them 4 different modules.
Yep.
In Plexos. Are you familiar with those 4 modules?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them modules, but yeah, they're.
What would you call them?
Well, Plexos has modules that we don't use. There's an electric module, a gas module, they have a universal module. There's 4, I would call them phases.
Phases.
Of Plexos. We use, especially in the context of the IRP, we use the LT, the long-term kind of expansion planning module, or phase. The other 2, there's a short-term and a medium term, and then there's one PASA, and it's the projected assessment of system adequacy, module, PASA.
Thank you. And one of those is like hourly optimized dispatch, similar to production, or I'm sorry, also referred to as production cost modeling.
That's a short term. It's not necessarily hourly, but you can run it in hourly mode.
How do you run it?
We are testing the ST today. We've been testing it for a while. We run it in hourly mode. We're working toward getting to where we can use it as a replacement for Plexos or for ProSim. We're not quite there yet. We have a lot built around ProSim, not just in the context of IRPs, but in our business plans and project evaluation. We have a lot of automation we've built around inputs and outputs. Kind of use ProSim more as an engine, but we've developed processes in SAS, which is another data processing software, to develop multiple inputs, tons of data to go into scenario analysis, then to pull that data out, read it out of ProSim databases, and then put it into spreadsheets where we can evaluate it more thoroughly. So there's a lot built around ProSim, but we are evaluating that ST for as a potential replacement for ProSim.
In order to use Plexos for the phase that you are using it for in your modeling, you have to give it inputs, right?
For sure.
And it's not as though to use a different phase of the Plexos model, you would have to re-input those same inputs, right?
Well, if you go, let's say if you go for the LT model, the LT phase to the ST phase, you would need to give it somehow what the expansion plan is from the LT phase. You can theoretically automate that. We found that to be a little cumbersome, so sometimes you have to do that a bit manually, but generally it uses some of the same inputs.
Have you tried, excuse me, if I could back up, you said you were testing ST today. I don't think you, did you literally mean today, or you mean it's an ongoing process that you're?
Well, I'm not testing it today, but
Yeah.
there may be some people testing it today, but I meant that just kind of more overall.
Okay, so you didn't start it yesterday?
No,
No, okay. Over what period of time have you been testing the Plexos ST phase?
maybe a year and a half.
And you're doing that because ProSim is no longer supported?
No, not at all.
No?
I don't want to give you the impression that ProSim is bad, that we need to replace ProSim because Plexos is going to give some better results. That's just not true. As we're testing Plexos, we're comparing it to ProSim to make sure it's right. You know, when we run ProSim, we compare it to history. We're very confident in ProSim, and so so we don't think that ProSim has any problems in terms of that. Plexos has a more modern user interface. It's kind of easier to use, a little bit more intuitive. That they both use input text files. So, but the algorithm, underlying algorithm is pretty much the same. I mean, math hasn't changed.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up with a few things there. Starting back to, I had used the word supported, and you responded in terms of whether ProSim was bad. So just to clarify, I was using the word supported in the sense of the software developer is no longer continuing to refine the code. With that clarification, do you agree that ProSim is no longer supported by its software developer?
I would agree that they're no longer developing the code, but we still maintain a support agreement still with the developer.
Okay. And so you agree that the code for ProSim has been unchanged since they stopped supporting it?
I agree that the code has remained unchanged, but I disagree that they've stopped supporting it. We still pay for support, and we call them from time to time for support, so.
Fair enough. Let me see if we can, I don't want to just have a semantic disagreement with you. So again, I mean, supported in the sense that I just defined it, of no longer releasing software updates. So just to make this simple as possible, ABB has not released a software update to ProSim since 2018, correct?
2018, I'm not sure, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, we're no longer receiving software updates. And it's owned by Hitachi now, not ABB.
Oh, thank you. Are you very familiar in your role, Mr. Seaborn, with the resource technologies that are available to the companies for modeling?
Yes.
In 2018, was it very common to have paired solar and storage operations?
For us?
Generally, or for sure, for you, yeah.
Not for us. We don't have that on our system. And I think we've always modeled those to be separate.
How much has battery storage technology improved and changed since 2018?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that. I can't say. Maybe perhaps Mr. Tubbs could answer that.
It has improved, right?
I'm sure it's improved in some ways. But yeah, I couldn't
You're not aware.
answer that.
And the capabilities of the technology and your familiarity with that, does that limit your ability to be able to say whether or not a model can handle that resource? Yeah, that's
yeah.
probably good. Yeah, let me break it up a little bit. in modeling, it's important for the model to be able to accurately characterize a resource, right?
Sure.
And accurately characterizing a resource requires knowledge of its capabilities in terms of energy output.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to be able to fairly characterize how it would operate as part of a portfolio of
Yep.
resource options.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to be able to characterize rules around how one resource would dispatch, or including how it could ramp up or down.
Yes.
So my question is this. Do you need to understand to model the resource capabilities of the resources you're modeling?
We do.
But you do not know how battery technology has improved over the last 7 years.
I can't tell you if the efficiency numbers that we've input, how those have changed. Maybe they have. When we update our model, we update it with current technology. We get that from the experts. We put that in. If you want to take it as a post-hearing data request, we could go back and look at what we did in 2018, if the efficiency was there. I don't think the ramps have changed. We modeled it kind of instantaneous. But really, it would just be an efficiency question, I think, the round trip efficiency. That maybe has improved from 2018 to now. I just can't say. But we have the numbers as a post-hearing data request, for sure.
Would there also be something kind of different about how you model a battery in terms of the fact that it both pulls in and produces energy?
Different from,
Is there any other resource that you model that needs to take up kilowatt hours?
like pumped hydro.
Pumped hydro. Okay. And so the model has to think differently about pumped hydro and when it's available for dispatch and when energy is available to charge it, right?
Differently from resources that aren't pumped hydro.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah.
Differently from, say, a thermal resource.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so it's not just the characteristics of the pump storage, it's how the model sees dispatch opportunities as part of the portfolio, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you also said some minutes ago that, or correct me if I'm wrong, I understood you to say that when you're doing these ProSim production cost modeling runs, you're also doing the same runs in Plexos's ST production cost phase. Is that right?
When we've been testing Plexus, we're not doing that as a matter of course.
Did you do that as part of the 2024 IRP to test any of your ProSim production cost model runs against a Plexos production cost model run?
No, that would have been unnecessary.
Unnecessary, why?
Because we didn't need to do it. Since we were doing it in ProSim, we didn't also need to take the time to try to do it in Plexos. We weren't testing Plexos in the throes of the IRP.
Were you concerned, though, about the accuracy of the numbers reported in the IRP?
No.
Okay, just a couple more questions. Thank you, Mr. Seaborn.
Sure.
Can you identify for me any utility in the country that's still using ProSim for integrated resource planning other than LG and KU?
I can't, but the last we understood from the vendor that there are others. I don't know who they are.
Can you identify any other utility that has offered ProSim modeling runs in support of certificate of need proceedings in the last 5 years?
I can't. I haven't performed that evaluation, no.
I think I have no more questions for you, Mr. Seaborn. Thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and I believe we're moving on to staff now.
Good for Mr. Seaborn. I may legitimately just have one or two follow-up questions.
Okay.
And just based on the conversation, you talked about testing Plexos and testing your models. I just want to have an appreciation for what that means for you. What do you mean when you say you're testing those models?
Well, so the context of that was we have a long-term goal of
Right.
moving away from ProSim so that we can get into Plexos and use it for expansion planning and short-term modeling.
Okay.
And so when we've been testing that short-term modeling to benchmark it against ProSim, and to get it to where it can run in a reasonable amount of time. One big advantage that ProSim has for us right now is that it runs so much faster in ST mode than Plexos does.
Okay. When you
but-
say so much faster, period of days, weeks?
No. If we want to do an
Hours.
overnight run
Okay.
say we just want to do one 30-year hourly run in ProSim, that may take 4 hours, 5 hours. So far, and in Plexos it's been taking far longer than that. Can take 20 hours to do that long of a run. But I think that's just a matter of settings.
Okay.
Some folks on my team just attended a conference for Plexos users, and that was one of the questions we discussed. So this testing is testing the accuracy, but also just the kind of usability of this ST mode.
And your benchmark for testing the accuracy of Plexos is ProSim?
Yes.
And how do you test the accuracy of the ProSim models?
We benchmark it to actuals
Okay. And how often do you do that?
every year for our business plan.
Every year for your business plan. So once a year you run it and you see how accurate you were. And do you keep track of that information, obviously?
Yeah, we do. We have a presentation that we deliver internally.
Okay. I mean, this may have to be in the conference record. Is it possible for us to just see that presentation, just to see sort of against the actuals for the ProSim?
Absolutely, yes. And we're preparing that as a filing requirement for our rate case. So that'll be included there, but we can
Oh, okay.
also
I
provide it.
apologize. Yeah, okay.
No, we don't do those every year. So. But we can provide that same presentation as a post-hearing data request if that would be helpful.
Right. I mean, and to the extent that you do any of the long-term modeling too, you have a presentation for, in the context of the IRP as to your last IRP and how accurate you thought it was in the past 3 years, right? If you have anything like that.
Because assumptions change so much, kind of comparing a long-term model to a previous result, kind of even in the short term, is not that productive of a comparison
Okay.
for us. Yeah, so we don't do that sort of long-term modeling comparison.
But we could see but obviously that presentation you have where you compare the ProSim to the actuals.
Absolutely.
Okay. And we'll ask that as post-hearing data request.
Okay.
And that, I think, is all of, actually, one more question.
Sure.
For the models for Plexos that you do have, you obviously you pull out one and you have a resource plan and that's what, you give the commission. Is it limited to giving one? Can you run say it provides you with a top 3 or 4 and there's minor differences in timeline or resources chosen, and then from there, and I apologize for the sort of inartful way of asking this question. This is not obviously my area, but I'm just trying to understand what the limits are of what you get as a result.
Yeah, so Plexos does have that ability.
Okay.
It does, unfortunately, with the way that we run our LT model, our expansion plan model, it does not provide that result because, these LT models are big mathematical problems, even for a beast. But Plexos gives you the ability to sort of break that down into what what Plexos calls a rolling horizon. Solve 6 years, specify the number of years, solve 6 years at a time in very detailed mode, and then does the long term, the remainder of the study period in a less detailed mode. And then it rolls forward.
Okay.
It locks in that 6 years, rolls forward, does the next 6 years, same process until it gets to the end, so that the whole thing has been done in a detailed mode, but it breaks it into chunks. And when you run it in that mode, as you can imagine, it's difficult to maintain what is the second best or third best output. I don't know if that's something that, we've mentioned that back to them in the fall. That would be a nice thing with that rolling horizon. So I don't know if that's something that they can develop in the future, but we brought that up as a change request.
But when you do something, and this is let's stay away from the CPCN. Let's just like, if you do something like a CPCN application or like a, whatever, like sort of immediate short-term plan, it does have the ability to give you that sort of multiples for that, because it has that very detailed 6-year window.
It would, if you ran it for a short enough time frame where you didn't have to do that rolling horizon. If you just ran a 6-year run,
Yes.
it could probably solve that, and it could give you those other ones. But then you're missing the rest of the period that kind of really matters to inform the first 6 years.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all our questions, Sharon.
Commissioner Reagan? And I don't have any questions either. Redirect?
No, ma'am.
Okay, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right, Mr. Seaborn, you're free to go.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, when we're excusing witnesses at this point, are they, if they have other business to do, are they free to go at this
Free
point?
to go.
Okay,
Free
thank
to
you,
go.
ma'am, appreciate that.
The only one who's actually my prisoner is Mr. Feld.
Oh, we got it, don't worry. He's right here, we're set. All right, thank you, Your Honor. LG&E KU call Charles Schramm.
Mr. Schramm, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Charles Schramm. I'm Vice President of Energy Supply and Analysis for LG&E KU Services. Business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, 40223.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schramm, you just answered my first 2 questions. All right, did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Presley, Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Pitts?
No questions.
Mr. Mullen?
A few, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, how are you, sir?
Good morning.
If you could you just explain how natural gas is purchased?
Sure. In 2 different ways. Currently, for our 1 natural gas combined cycle unit, Cane Run 7, we purchase approximately 50% of the forecast usage for the current year on a forward basis. We also purchase up to 50% of the minimum burn for the unit for the subsequent year. We have a guideline for a slightly smaller purchase for current year +2, and an even smaller potential purchase on a forward basis for current year +3. The balance of gas for that unit is purchased on a spot basis, and all natural gas for our simple cycle peaking units that's also purchased on a spot basis, because weather impacts load to the extent that you can't really purchase that gas forward. You don't know when you're going to need those peakers.
Okay. How much gas is, make sure I understood that, but how much gas is purchased under multi-year contracts with fixed pricing like coal contracts?
Well, all the gas that is purchased for generation is purchased on a fixed price basis. We have no index pricing for
Okay.
gas. So that price is known at the time of the forward contract execution, whether it be for current year or current year +3 years.
Okay.
It's all known at the time of execution.
Do you have any credit risk?
You have always, so the credit risk you would have would be, would the counterparty deliver the gas?
Okay.
That credit risk, our credit department has credit metrics that must be met for the counterparty. We have a robust number of counterparties to buy natural gas from. I looked in the month prior to the IRP being filed, which would have been September of '24. I think that month we had 13 gas counterparties that we bought gas from.
Okay.
In the last FAC proceeding back in 2023, we routinely filed that list. I think we had 35 for the 6-month review. So, again, lots of counterparties.
Forgive my naivety here, but what market is it based on? Is it Henry Hub or what?
Typically, when we buy gas, there's always a basis differential depending on your location, your region. So there would be a basis differential to the Henry Hub price
Okay.
that the fixed price is based on at the time of contract execution.
Okay. So, yeah, is that how you guys determine the market price? Is that basically it?
That is how the contract price is determined.
Okay, okay. Do you know approximately what share of natural gas production moves into the power sector?
EIA, this was for 2024, I believe it's approximately 40% of gas supply moves to the power sector, and that's 40% of about 33,000 TCF.
Is the demand for natural gas from other sectors, such as exports, increasing at a greater rate than power demand for natural gas?
It's, it requires some qualification on the time period because there was not significant amount of LNG, liquefied natural gas, exported prior to about 2015. So when you look at a rate of growth, that obviously when you're moving from zero to something any higher than zero, that's going to appear to be a great rate of growth versus the power sector, which is going to be over many, many years.
Okay.
Both of those sectors have grown over time.
Can you confirm that the companies maintain a diversified supply portfolio for coal, such that pricing in any year reflects the specific contract terms when the contract's entered?
For that definition of diversification, that's what the companies do seek to do.
Okay.
We're just challenged because the coal market has consolidated so greatly in terms of the fewer number of suppliers.
Okay. Are you aware of a coal contract entered into in December of '23 for up to 3.4 million tons to be delivered between '24 and '28?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware that the prices are preset for each year in the agreement?
for that particular agreement, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the prices are not linked to natural gas prices in this agreement?
For that particular agreement, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of a coal contract entered into in June of '24 for over 2 million tons to be delivered in '26 through '29?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the pricing set for all tons for the delivery period and there's no adjustment for the price of natural gas?
I agree for that agreement. And the reason why I'm answering that way is we have other agreements that are indexed. Part of the cost of the coal is indexed to certain cost of the producers. And one of those costs for producers happens to be the producer price index for the middle Atlantic region for industrial power, which is correlated very closely to the price of natural gas.
From a diversified picture and a diversified procurement portfolio for the companies, you agree that with respect to coal, that pricing generally is not unduly influenced by short-term market spikes?
By the very nature of the long-term contracts, because coal is a commodity that is very difficult to purchase on a spot basis like gas. We can't buy coal for the next day. So you tend to have price points in terms of discovery, in terms of the contracts, that don't fluctuate as quickly because of the length of the term of the contract.
I apologize to go back, but you mentioned something about contracts where there is fluctuations involving coal contracts. Can you explain a little bit more about that? What do you mean?
Could you ask that question again?
I was asking you hypothetical about the price of coal not being linked to natural gas, and then you mentioned that there is something
Yes.
relative. Could you explain that?
Yes. So one of the contracts, our contract number is J24003, I believe. And that particular contract has a large number of potential index references in it.
Okay.
One of those being the price for producer price index is published nationally for the Middle Atlantic region.
Okay.
for industrial power. And there's other costs there as well, such as producer price index costs for labor, for healthcare for employees. And those things also would affect gas producers, so there is some linkage there. I wasn't claiming there was a direct linkage to a natural gas price.
Okay.
But there is an influence in terms of the potential impact of that index to the final price for coal,
Okay, you said it was J24003?
subject to check.
Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if we can't figure it out, I guess we'll send you a post-hearing data request and we'll figure it out.
Certainly,
That sounds great.
certainly.
Okay. Have you reviewed the company's reported delivered prices of coal and natural gas for the 4-year period from 21 to 24?
I'm generally aware of those,
Okay.
yes.
Were you aware in all 4 years the reported prices on cents per MMBTU basis for natural gas at Cane Run and Patty's Run were materially higher than the reported delivered coal prices at Gant and Mill Creek?
That is correct on an MMBTU basis, but I would point out that our customers do not buy coal and gas from us, they buy electricity. So ultimately, what matters is the cost per megawatt hour of the energy. So to really have a apples to apples comparison, you need to take into account the efficiency, the heat rates of the units. So for example, a coal unit would be 50+% less efficient on a heat rate basis than a combined cycle unit. So ultimately, your price of electricity is what matters.
Okay. And just, once again, I'm naive about this, but can you confirm the reported gas prices were only for the commodity, not the pipeline cost or the transportation cost?
Where was the report? What document reported
Back,
prices?
it follows up on the last question, talking about the gas prices, and I'm trying to figure out,
So we report commodity prices, we report fuel prices in many different forums.
okay,
So it really depends on the one you're looking at, the report or document you're looking at.
well, let's take, for example, the EIA.
Mhm.
How, when you report it, is it only for the commodity, or,
So for EIA 923,
Yes.
that form has, part of that form talks about delivered cost. So it includes transportation.
it does include transportation? Okay.
Yes,
Because obviously coal's different, and that's.
coal's different,
And that's what I'm
the
trying to figure out.
transportation aspect is different.
Yeah,
923, the data we submit for 923 includes transportation cost. And I've looked at that document, and it's clear in the instructions for the document
Okay.
what's included.
okay. You do agree that natural gas prices are more volatile than coal prices?
Could you define volatility? Because that, people have a different definition of that many times.
Oh, let's strike that, that's fine. Okay, we're good. Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so. Okay, you ready? Sierra?
No questions, Your Honor.
And Mr. Smart?
No questions, Your Honor.
Give me a second at least to find my slide. Good morning, Mr. Tramp. How are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Gary.
While I'm getting organized here, congratulations on the promotion
Thank you.
that we heard about moments ago. It's my understanding the lucky retiree we heard about is Mr. Sinclair.
That's
Still working with
correct.
you? Excellent. So you're in the position he was in during the last CPCN, the 2022-402 CPCN.
During the last CPCN and this current IRP, yes.
And at the time the IRP was filed?
That's correct.
Okay. So as currently, you are Vice President of Energy Supply and Analysis for LG&E and KU Services Company, right?
Correct.
Okay. Could you describe your role generally? What do you oversee?
Sure. So my team takes care of all coal purchases, all coal combustion residual sales, We buy all of the natural gas for the generating units. We do all of the long-term planning in terms of sales analysis and forecasting, in terms of the resource planning for generation resources. We also have operational responsibility, real-time responsibility for real-time dispatch. We buy and sell energy from the markets. We also have commercial responsibilities for any generation-related power purchase agreements, including renewables.
So would you be in charge of the team that's overseeing, say, procurement of new natural gas facilities as well?
No, that's Mr. Tummins in project engineering in
Okay.
terms of the construction and procurement of the equipment for those.
Okay, so you would oversee, would that carry over to renewable resources that aren't being purchased through PPAs as well?
That's Mr. Tummins as well.
That's him as well?
Yes.
It's just the PPAs that you're in
Correct.
charge of? Okay. But you do oversee the RFPs for, say, those PPAs?
Yes, and that's true for RFPs for the PPAs, it's true for RFPs for potential thermal resources, but not to procure the equipment for those.
Okay, so you oversee the request for proposals process, but who actually goes out and gets the equipment that fulfills the procurement is Mr. Tummins?
Yes, under
Okay.
project engineering, yes.
Okay. And they would be the ones who, say, submit a bid into an RFP for a self-built resource?
They
the
would.
Project engineering team?
They would.
Okay, and that's Mr. Tummins?
It is.
Okay. But as someone who deals with competitive procurement generally, I just wanted to ask about some sort of general best practices in that regard. Ideally, for an RFP to work, there should be multiple potential candidates to submit bids into the RFP, correct? You don't send an RFP to just one person or one company.
It's for price discovery purposes, it's generally desirable to have more respondents to an RFP than less.
Okay. And the reason is ideally if there is competition, the prices should, all else being the same, be lower potentially. If you have competitors trying to get the contract.
I would agree that if you have more responses, you have a chance of having a response with a potentially lower price.
Okay.
I think just due to the nature of the number of responses.
Okay. Well, and the idea of competition generally is that if you only have one, the price is, there's nobody else to compete with, so you can offer whatever price you think is the most that somebody would pay.
Well, I think you just don't have a lot to compare to.
Okay. Ideally, is there some minimum number of bids that you'd like to see for an RFP to work out?
Your Honor, I want to object to this just on the basis of relevance to the IRP. I'm not sure that I understand how any of this factors into the understanding the IRP process. It sounds much more like a CPCN line of questioning.
Mr. Gary?
We heard yesterday from Mr. Beller, and this is sort of part of where I'm heading, that the 2024 RFP, which included a number of PPA bids for solar resources, was for exploration of the cost of those resources. So I'm trying to find out a little bit more about how that process is used to determine an appropriate cost for certain resources. And that cost information is sort of fundamental to how resource decisions are made, how procurements occur, set aside procurement even down the line, how costs play into, say, the IRP.
I'm inclined to allow it, but does staff have an opinion?
I think to a limited extent to test some of the evidence, but if you go far into it, then to me it would be getting into the CPCN.
I agree.
Fair enough.
Not too deep.
Okay. Well, maybe just that last question about the RFP process generally. Is there some minimum number of bids that you're looking for?
No, so the RFP process that occurred prior to and during the development of the IRP was multi-pronged. We did want to find out from the market, because the price of renewables had been increasing very significantly since 2021. And we wanted to better understand the price of solar, not only to inform the IRP, but we have some PPAs, solar PPAs that had price reopeners in them. We wanted to get a good market read on that, so that was the reason. We didn't have a targeted number of responses that were desired. We really wanted to test the market. That was the primary reason for the 2024 RFP.
Which is to test the market.
Was to test the market, but in a very precise way, not just to test it for input to the IRP, but because we had some other commercial transactions that potentially could have been made following that, given the price reopeners that we had on existing PPAs.
Okay. And those existing PPAs came up a number of times in the IRP,
Yes.
both in the IRP itself and in data responses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes you do engage in a competitive process just for those sort of informational purposes, either for an IRP to get cost information or to compare to existing resources and make, or existing contracts with reopener clauses, say, and to make decisions about whether those are still the best possible option.
Yes, it's our observation, you need to, for informational purposes only, you have to take a measured approach to issuing RFPs. If you issue RFPs purely for no transactional intent, the market will recognize that, and you will likely reduce your number of responses.
Okay. And not every RFP or competitive process leads to a commitment ultimately. You don't have to purchase a PPA or renewable resource just because you put out an RFP for such resources, right?
No, there's no commitment that
Okay.
is required.
And after an RFP, other steps remain in the procurement process, right?
Other steps remain if you were going to transact.
Yes. So if you don't
Certainly.
abandon the RFP, you have to enter into negotiations. And those negotiations, so an RFP isn't, the bid in an RFP isn't a final price necessarily.
Correct. And the entire terms and conditions around the transaction haven't been negotiated at that
Yeah.
point.
And then that ideally results in a contract, or again, could result in not reaching an agreement, right?
Either of those outcomes is possible.
Yeah. And then there are extra steps before it's actually built and delivered, obviously.
Could you repeat the
Well,
question, please?
you entered contracts for PPAs, for solar
Correct.
resources, correct?
Yes.
And just because you have a contract does not mean that those end up getting built.
No, true. The developer in those cases has to perform.
And the price can change sometimes.
The price can change depending on the nature of the contract terms.
Right. And that could allow either you, the purchaser, to pull out, like you have stated in the IRP that you're going to for some of these solar resources, right?
That's possible, or it could be that the developer cannot perform at a price that's acceptable to the
So
companies.
either side can, there are outs in contracts sometimes for both sides.
Contracts, the very details within the contracts can vary, though.
Okay. Yeah, it varies, but at least some of the times there are off-ramps for both sides.
I would agree with that.
Okay. And just changing course slightly to the sort of direction of prices generally, I think we've seen an increase in prices, you mentioned recently, for solar resources, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think specifically with regards to some of those PPAs, you stated the expected prices increased by about 30%.
For some PPAs, it has increased potentially in excess of 100%.
And for others, 30%, somewhere in there.
Could be 30%, could be 40%.
Okay.
It's a wide range depending on the original execution date
Okay.
that we're talking about.
And we've seen increases recently in the cost for thermal resources as well, correct?
Mr. Tummons is better suited to comment on that.
Okay. I'll save that for Mr. Tummons then. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about avoided costs, and specifically your response to joint interveners' first set of data requests number 59. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And could you scroll down to the question, subpart F?
Okay.
And I just want to clarify, because I think we might have been talking about two different things between the question and the answer, so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here as to the answer. The question asked about all else being equal, as load increases system-wide, the avoided costs of energy savings will generally increase. And that's your understanding of the question, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you scroll down to the response, the answer was essentially a qualified yes, right?
I agree.
Okay. And the reason I think is because, if I understand it right, as load increases, because you economically dispatch your units, the more load means you're dispatching less and less economic resources to fulfill that load, right?
That could be true at a point in time.
Okay, just all else being equal at a fixed moment in time, as load increases, you're dispatching more and more expensive
Yes.
to dispatch units. But then you refer to adding new efficient resources to serve increasing load in the long run might reduce avoided energy costs relative to having less load, correct?
Yes.
But you would not necessarily be decreasing, say, avoided capacity costs or avoided transmission costs. That's just the energy cost portion, correct? That's being referred to there.
What's being addressed here, and it does say marginal energy
Okay,
cost, because it's referring to the potential to adding new, more efficient resources. And by nature, the more new efficient resources you have, you could have less of the older, less efficient resources that would have a higher marginal energy cost.
and that's just as to that, like, dispatch order. They would essentially enter more often than not towards the beginning of that dispatch order rather than the end, the new resources.
Yes, and I think it's recognizing that your overall stack of resources may look different.
Yes.
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 The content of the stack.
So, that's why the all else being equal was there, right? Okay,
Yes.
that sort of qualified, yes. But as the demand for those resources, I'll scratch that. You said that was a better question for Mr. Tummons, the cost of those thermal, procuring the actual capacity.
If you're talking about equipment cost and thermal equipment cost, yes, that's a
Okay.
better question for Mr. Tummons.
Okay. And because you're in what used to be Mr. Sinclair's seat, I had a follow-up to some information that was learned in that last CPCN. That last CPCN, at that time, the company was planning to retire Brown 3 relatively soon, I think by 2027 at that time, right?
I don't have
don't recall.
memory of that precise year.
Okay. But do you recall the reason being that Brown 3 would have to go through some significant upgrade costs if it was to continue online longer?
I do not remember what those costs were from that case.
Okay. But as part of the planning for this IRP, you're assuming now that Brown 3 will have to go through some upgrades to continue operating for longer?
For purposes of the IRP, any unit that's going to continue operating will have the appropriate cost incurred to operate.
Okay. And is it hitting a point where it's needing significant maintenance costs to be invested to keep it running?
I don't know what those costs are. I don't have that in front of me. I would simply say that all units, as they proceed through time, will require certain maintenance.
Okay. That level of maintenance can vary over time. Say, every year you might have to fix coal conveyors or some less expensive piece of equipment, right?
I would agree that the maintenance can vary, and the nature of any planned maintenance or overhauls can also vary. And it doesn't mean they only go in one direction.
Right.
Some years they can be lower than others.
Right.
For any unit.
A major overhaul might be needed at a given point in time, and that year that major overhaul, I'm honestly ignorant enough that I don't know what a major overhaul for something like Brown 3 would look like, but it's something like replacing all the boiler tubes. Would that be considered a major overhaul necessarily?
I would not characterize a major overhaul in quite that way, except to say that a major overhaul is something that is greater than perhaps other years that had less maintenance and overhaul involved.
Okay.
It's a degree, but it's not a set amount.
As a unit stays on longer, it hits certain milestones where those major overhauls are needed, right?
Any unit
Any
would hit
unit.
milestones.
Okay. And at certain points, it might be just in the abstract worth considering whether it is worth keeping a unit online longer or going through that major maintenance or major overhaul in that given year. And that's different from just regular ongoing maintenance, right?
I mean, I agree that overhaul schedules can vary by unit, and the nature of those overhauls can vary as well.
Okay. Sorry, that was kind of a confusing multi-part question. I think I actually just have one other question, and this one is, I apologize for the foundation here. Recently in a hearing with EKBC, we heard that if a decision were made not to go forward with a resource such as a combined cycle, there's a secondary market on which production slots or that contract can be sold. Is that something you're familiar with at all?
Yeah, that is indeed back to an equipment question that Mr. Tummons could address.
Okay, I'm just sort of curious what that market looks like. He would be the better person to ask.
And that's an equipment market, not a power market.
Right.
So
We have no additional questions.
Why would there be a follow-up question?
Okay, so post-hearing, this witness can be excused.
That's
We have no objection.
You can excuse him.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're still proceeding? Okay, excellent. LG and KU call David Tummons.
Mr. Timmons, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct in the case you've heard?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please tell us your full name and business address.
Certainly. David Tummons. We just moved. 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Counsel, you may ask.
Mr. Tummons, by whom are you employed,
LG and KU Services.
and what's your job title?
Right now, the Senior Director of Project Engineering.
Did you sponsor certain data responses that are of record in this proceeding?
I did.
Mr. Tummons is available for cross, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lewis.
no questions.
No questions.
Just a couple. Morning, sir.
Morning.
For the purposes of this IRP, sir, have you had any chance to consider the impact of the tariffs on the cost of the new combined cycle units?
For the purposes of the IRP, there was really no concern about tariff impact on the cost of new units.
Have you reassessed or reevaluated at this point?
We're consistently thinking about what that impact might be.
Has the timeline changed at all because of slippage in delivery dates or anything like that?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, okay. Thanks, sir.
So now, Tia.
Would it be okay to let Mr. Gary go
I
first?
just wanted to follow up on those two questions that I had that were deferred. That's all I have for Mr. Tummons, thought it might be quicker to go ahead and get those out of the way, if that's okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay.
Any reason why that would be a problem?
Although I think we're going out of order even there.
Your Honor, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. You heard me ask just a couple of questions of Mr. Schramm just a second ago. He deferred to you. The first one was just about the directional cost of gas supply, not gas supply equipment, sorry, thermal resources generally, but generally gas combustion turbines and CCs, correct?
Yes,
Those have directionally been rising as of
They-
late, correct?
they have.
Okay. How long have you been in your current position?
Since spring of 2023, so a little bit
Okay.
over 2 years.
So you were in that position at the time of the hearing, I guess, in that CPCN that I referred to before?
I was.
Okay. And my understanding, just to get a sense of the overall directional costs of that sort of equipment, is that when that CPCN was applied for, the cost of a CC was about $600–700 million, correct?
At the time of application, yes.
Okay, and then at the time that was finalized, and I think this is referred to in the data request in this case, the final cost was just over $900 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just directionally, they're more expensive at the time of the IRP, correct?
They are.
Okay. And without asking about, just one question related to the CPC on the price now is about $1.4 billion for a new CC, correct?
I think that's what it was in the IRP as well.
Okay, that helps. My reference point was the application because it was the easiest thing to find, but,
Understand.
okay, so about $1.4 billion now. That's all I had about that. I just wanted to verify that I had it's increased by over double since that application, essentially.
Yes, now some of that's the time value, but certainly there've been other forcing functions as well.
Okay. And then the other question I had was just about the secondary market. If, for example, a production slot were procured or, say, a contract were entered into even but not gone forward with for some reason, there is a secondary market for those contracts and those production slots? Is that your understanding?
Probably not. This is
Okay.
a point where there's specific contract language generally in any, what I think you're referring to is where you reserve a production slot with any one of the three, and there's only three OEMs, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you procure a production slot and then do not turn that into a full contract for the power island to be delivered for a project, there are very limited scenarios in which you can transfer, or I don't think there is a possibility to sell that contract.
That production slot contract.
That is my understanding.
Okay. So basically, you're just sort of out of luck, and somebody they get to bump up the next people in the production slots.
I'm not to sound argumentative, but I think we'd have to define out of luck. There are certainly ways you can try to minimize the problem, but the reservation agreements, which are new since the execution of the 2022 CPCN because of how the market has fluctuated upward since, those reservation agreements, all OEMs have crafted them in a way that minimize risk to the OEM.
Meaning, if you decide not to proceed to a full contract, you lose that production slot, and the OEM then would get to do with it as they please, either bid it back out or bump up the people behind you in line?
Contractually, there'd be very limited opportunities for the buyer to find value from that. Now, there are opportunities to do that, but the indication that there's an open market to sell them on, there's definitely a market of people that would want that production slot. But again, my understanding, just general language in any one of those contracts from an OEM, would be that we would not have the ability to go to that market and then sell it.
That production slot is yours only insofar as you are going to procure the equipment. You
Correct.
don't have any right to transfer that production slot generally.
Correct. And again, I don't mean to be argumentative or
Yeah,
make this
no.
sound difficult, but for instance, there may be opportunity to transfer to an affiliate of a company, but
Okay.
obviously that's fairly limited.
Okay, but say if a production slot you have right now were not to go forward for some reason, you couldn't sell that to some outside entity, just clarifying.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any further questioning on this line. The contract that Mr. Garrity is talking about is a document that has been produced and is at issue in the CPCN case. Now, under the advice of Mr. Bellamy, and I think where the commission has ended up on how far we're going to go into CPCN, I think the commission has indicated we're going to go there, but on a very limited basis. He's asking about specific terms in a specific document. that has
I'll
been
withdraw.
approved.
Yeah, that was, I was just sort of generally curious about that market. I think the answer is there enough. We can explore it further in the CPCN, that's fine.
Okay. Do you have further questions?
No, no further questions.
All right. So that brings us back to Sierra Club.
Good afternoon, or good morning. My name's Miss Henry. I represent Sierra Club. So you deal with, if I heard Mr. Schramm correctly, if there's a fossil asset and it needs, you're in charge of kind of the fossil assets, is that correct?
Well, correct in terms of in my current role, I would be charged for a asset that we've decided we are going to build following, an order from this commission. My group would execute the development, contracting, and executing the build of that asset. It's not limited to just fossil assets.
Okay. And if it's an existing,
Engineering, depending on the scope and breadth of those projects.
okay, so let's take, for instance, the jet power plant. Are you familiar with that plant, sir? Install selective catalytic control technology on that plant. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. And are you
Would execute that project the same way we would a new,
asset, okay? And I believe, so you have to, do you look at all the prospective costs of keeping that asset operational moving forward in your analysis? Are you part of the analysis to install that equipment? Let's start
Ms.
there.
Henry, is this question related to the analysis in the IRP?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then you need to state that, please, and I'm sure.
And I don't want you talking to each other.
Okay.
I'm the referee. Was that an objection?
It is an objection if the question is related to the cost assessment of any particular project that's proposed in the CPCN case. If the question is limited to work that was done to evaluate project as part of the IRP process that was filed in October of last year, then that's a fair question for this hearing. Mr. Tummons can answer the question, whatever is asked, but if it's IRP related, then he's already testified he's related to the procurement of assets, and we've heard from other witnesses that have already testified about what assumptions and methodologies are used in the IRP process. So I just want it to be very clear as we move forward, whether it's a CPCN question or an IRP question, which is consistent with the commission's order that allowed this hearing to go forward.
Ms. Henry, your response.
Mr. Tummons, I'm talking about the IRP. If you didn't do this in the IRP, you can let me know. Is that fair?
sure,
Okay, great. Let's start with that as a general assumption with the questions I ask. Is that an okay parameter?
I believe so.
Okay. So when you're in your IRP process and and you'll agree in the recommended resource plan that the company's put forth, there is that SCR on jet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is there some type of analysis that's done in the IRP to come to that conclusion?
I'm sure there is.
You're not involved in any of that?
Only in so much as my team, because we have the relationships and the understanding of what's necessary to execute a project, my team would derive a number of inputs that the analysis team would to decide.
Perfect. Let's use those inputs. And are those inputs, and that's actually what I'm trying to get at, the inputs that are part of that. So one of the inputs would be the capital cost of the SCR itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your team would help develop that cost.
Also correct.
Okay. Now there's other inputs that would be included. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I use the term prospective avoidable costs. If I use that term, let's see if we have a familiar understanding. I think of prospective avoidable costs as additional capital costs that would be needed to keep that unit operational. Do you have the same concept as me?
Well, I do now.
Okay. Have you heard it? Okay. What term do you like to use? For
That
this?
one's fine.
Okay. So when you are deciding whether to install, or when you're developing the inputs for your IRP, what other prospective avoidable costs do you go and gather information for?
For the Jet 2 SCR specifically?
That was the one we were using as an example.
Sure. Primarily, we'd look at ongoing operational costs, which is some maintenance, as well as the energy necessary to run the device, which isn't much. The biggest thing that I believe we would look at would be the catalyst replacements of the SCR on an ongoing and periodic basis.
Okay. So the catalyst replacements for the SCR themselves, for the lifetime of those. Is that what you
Well,
just said? Is one of the main ones?
I would provide information that would cover what it is over a period. That information would also come from the generation team, as they have more experience replacing those SCR catalysts. However, the analysis team would decide how far to carry out that analysis.
Okay. And when you were here when Mr. Gary was talking to Mr. Schramm?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so there was that discussion about how, just like anything, power plants break down over time, correct?
Some pieces of them do, yes.
Yes. And so those pieces are periodically replaced, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And sometimes those pieces could be like a boiler, could be overhauled, is that correct?
Yeah, we could quibble over the specifics of your example, but yes, individual pieces, like components of a boiler.
Correct.
Or other pieces.
Oh, yeah,
certainly
you could do the boiler tubes, or you could do the reheater. There's elements that are considered.
Sure.
So when you are doing your IRP analysis and coming up with those inputs, do you look at, shall I say, the lifespan of those like what parts need to be replaced in order to keep this plant operational? And
Again, the analysis team would drive what need to be considered. My team and others would provide the inputs, which would, to I believe your point, include the how long we would expect a replaced component to last before it had to be replaced again.
correct. Okay, and so do you know which member of the team does that life cycle analysis?
Meaning which member of the analysis team does
Yes.
that? I do not, but I think it would fall under Mr. Seaborn in his new role,
Okay, not his role under the IRP, his role.
in his new role,
In
I
his new
believe,
role.
which
Okay.
is just an expanded version of his role in the IRP.
Okay, and is that the role that he plays in the CPCN docket? I'm not asking a question about that, I'm just trying to understand the roles.
I'm not sure how that's sorting out for the CPCN since it's parallel to my group, ma'am.
Okay. When you are doing, you told me how, you definitely look at, I believe you said catalyst for the SCR, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you look at that over the amortization period of the SCR or the entire plant itself? Like what period of time do you use?
Again, I apologize, but I would provide input for what the catalyst replacement would cost and likely how long it would last before it had to be replaced again. And then that analysis team would look at what methodology is used to determine the value in the interim.
Okay, so Mr. Seaborn is the one, Mr. Seaborn's current role is the one who would do all that?
I believe so.
Okay, and he would do that for all existing fossil generation?
In the context of the IRP, yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you for letting me go out of order.
Sure. The three of you all had your chance, or Mr. Spinard? You
No,
moved on it?
no questions, Your Honor.
All right. Let's all switch seats. And staff,
There's no additional questions.
any questions? For sure.
I don't.
I don't have questions either, so, any redirects?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? No, Mr. Chairman, you're excused.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Elizabeth McFarland.
Okay. Ms. McFarland, would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
I'm Elizabeth McFarland, Beth McFarland. I'm 820 West Broadway, Louisville, Kentucky 40202.
Counsel?
Ms. McFarland, by whom are you employed?
LG&E and KU.
Okay. And what's your job title?
I am Vice President of Electric Transmission for LG&E and KU.
Okay. And have you been identified as the responsible witness on several of the data responses that have been filed in the record of the IRP case?
Yes.
Ms. McFarland is available for questions.
Mr. West?
Sorry, we were just discussing whether any of us had any questions for any of the remaining
And
witnesses.
if you need a minute.
I was gonna say, I don't know with respect to what Sierra Club might have, but I don't have any questions for McFarland, Waldrop, Ember, Isaacson, Montgomery, Hornick. The only one that we've got potential questions for are a couple questions for Conroy.
I do not have any questions for anyone
Anyone else at all, Mike?
Anyone else at all?
Okay.
Chairman, I went into this hearing thinking no questions for any witness, and I'm sticking to it.
I guess we could talk to.
You certainly can.
We could, so, we'll definitely bring you guys back up for Mr. Conroy.
Okay.
If you change your mind, just
Yeah.
get my attention,
Great.
okay? Otherwise, I won't call on you for a witness.
I'm gonna-
Definitely get my attention or clear your throat, so let me know.
Okay.
Move your hands around if
Maybe
you
I'll-
change your mind. Staff, do you know already which ones you have questions for?
I've got a question for Isaacson, but that can be the request hearing data request.
I'm sorry, Mr. West, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Said, I've got a question for Ms. Isaacson, but I think that can be resolved through a post-hearing data request. And then I've got a question for Ms. Montgomery.
And,
I think with the remaining witnesses, I think we just want to reserve the right to ask any questions if something comes up for, and in a part of that we've prepared. So just, and as interveners go, if something comes up, we'll ask, and if not, we'll certainly
I'll continue to
let you
call
know.
on staff every time.
We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sure. Oh, where were we? Now we are down to Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Spinner for SREA,
Yes, Your Honor, we have a few
Yes.
questions.
please proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I hope you can hear me.
I can.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask you a few questions this morning regarding transmission. One of the things that I would ask the company's counsel to do is go ahead and I'll be asking some questions with regard to the 2024 RP transmission section. And we went over this a little bit yesterday, and I'll also be asking some questions concerning the response of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company to the Southern Renewable Energy Association's initial request for information dated November 22nd, 2024. So if you all could just have those ready for reference. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Spinner.
Okay, thank you. The 2024 RRP Volume 3 includes a section on transmission, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you here or were you otherwise watching and observing the testimonies yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And there was word used yesterday on several occasions in describing the RP as a snapshot. Did you hear that?
I did.
And so that a snapshot means that it's, the IRP is a look based in a point, based at a point in time. Is that your general understanding?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to an exhibit that was handed out yesterday, SREA 1, it's the Commission's administrative regulation concerning integrated resource planning. With regard to Section 4 on format, and this is Part 5, the integrated resource plan is to include steps to be taken during the next 3 years to implement the plan. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and so although it's a snapshot, there is a requirement in the IRP process for the IRP that's submitted by the companies to be forward-looking with regard to the steps that would be taken over the course of the next 3 years to implement the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay, and with regard to the load forecast, and this is in Section 7, Part 3, and I'm not going to read the entirety, I'll just read the first portion, and if you want to read the rest into the record, you're certainly entitled to do so to give a complete answer. But the Section 3 says, for each of the 15 years succeeding the base year, the utility shall provide a base load forecast it considers most likely to occur and, to the extent available, alternate forecasts representing lower and upper ranges of expected future growth of the load on its system. Is that a fair characterization? Did I read that correctly, so to speak?
Maybe read it again. I was fumbling around with the paper.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Take your time, and you just take your time and tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready. I've got Section 7.
Section 7, and this is Part 3. And the first sentence of this part, for each of the 15 years succeeding the base year, the utility shall provide a base load forecast it considers most likely to occur and, to the extent available, alternate forecasts representing lower and upper ranges of expected future growth of the load on its system. Do you see that?
Yes.
So although there is certainly a snapshot aspect as we've discussed to the IRP, this section, for example, requires an IRP to be forward-looking, not only forecasting the base load forecast, but forward-looking for the 15 years succeeding the base period. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
So you have to look out and from a planning standpoint. Is that correct?
I assume so.
Okay. Well, I'm going to just take a step back and to the word assumption and assume we may not be talking about the same thing. To your understanding, if you have one, is the IRP a document that requires the utility to take a forward look with regard to its to the steps that it plans to take and to its load forecast?
So,
the IRP regulation speaks for itself. It's the commission's regulation. The company's IRP goes item by item and has in it everything that the commission's regulation requires to be in it. So I would object to the question that's asking Ms. McFarland to interpret specific line items of the commission's regulation, which arguably calls for a legal conclusion. If Mr. Spinar has questions about the transmission section of the IRP, those are appropriate for Ms. McFarland, and she will answer those, or about any of the data responses that she had sponsored in this case. But to go item by item with the IRP regulation, ask her for her interpretation of it, to me, is objectionable and unnecessary for purposes of the hearing.
Mr. Smith.
Well, and I apologize for not prefacing the comments earlier. We had no intent to ask a witness to provide a legal interpretation, and I apologize for not having made that clear with this witness this morning. And further, this is a witness that's been offered by the company. This is a witness who by education and training experience is familiar enough with the commission process and with the planning process to be offered as a witness to talk in terms of the IRP that's been presented to the commission. And the word assumed made me a little uncomfortable, because if the witness knows, that's fine. It doesn't take a legal interpretation for the witness to say whether or not the witness knows something. And if the witness doesn't know something, the witness just says, I don't know. And then we can move on from there. We're not asking the witness to give, the question was directed to ask, the question was directed for this witness to say, yes, I know, or no, I don't know. It is actually that simple.
Okay, she can answer if she knows. Do you need the question repeated, Ms. McFarland?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please repeat your question.
All right. I'll put a little bit more foundation on that. So you participated in putting together this integrated resource plan, is that correct?
We transmission, as a transmission provider, did provide input into the IRP.
Okay, and so when you were providing input into the IRP, were you asked to provide input on what transmission and how transmission would be developing over the course of the next 15 years?
Yes, we were asked for very specific scenarios in which we provided transmission planning analysis, studies, and results, and delivered that to those that put together the IRP, developed the IRP. All
right, thank you. And I apologize also, I'll go ahead and apologize in advance I never mean to cut off a witness. So if you don't finish, just apologize in case I cut you off if you need to finish an answer, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the 2024 IRP Volume 3, in Part B, the section on transmission, there's a discussion on page 6 on service under the OATT. Are you familiar with the section in the IRP on transmission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so with regard to page 6, the OATT means Open Access Transmission Tariff. Is that correct?
Yes, open access transmission tariff, correct.
Okay. So to your understanding, if you have knowledge of this, when the companies want to build generation to service load within one of their certified service territories, are the companies required to submit a transmission service request, or TSR?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the section on transmission on page 7, there's a Part C, Role of the Independent Transmission Organization. Are you familiar with that section?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so ITO is also, can be used interchangeably as Independent Transmission Organization. So I'm going to read from page 7. As part of LG&E KU's departure from MISO in 2006, FERC stipulated that LG&E and KU have an independent entity perform most of the administrative functions of the OAT. This independent entity, the Independent Transmission Organization, ITO, is to independently administer various sections of the OATT, including, and then there are 5 bullet points. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the third bullet point says, independent oversight of and approval authority with respect to the LG&E and KU transmission planning criteria and the annual transmission expansion plan, TEP, for the LG&E and KU transmission system. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have knowledge and are in a position to answer this question. So during the course of this hearing, there has been a lot of discussion about generation resources under various scenarios that are necessary to for the company to meet various scenarios in the base year and over the course of the next 15 years. So there's been a lot of discussion about generation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of that generation, does the ITO have any oversight over the company's generation planning?
So the ITO would be involved when a generator interconnection request is submitted, and also a TSR, transmission service request, is submitted. The ITO, the Independent Transmission Organization, would be responsible for approving or denying those requests.
Okay, that's approving or denying the request of a TSR, and I may have asked that question inartfully. Going back to this bullet point, independent oversight of and approval authority with respect to the LG&E and KU transmission planning criteria and the annual transmission expansion plan, TEP, for the LG&E and KU transmission system. Is there anything in the ITO process through which LG&E and KU are required to seek the approval of the ITO regarding their generation planning criteria?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Certainly. This bullet point in the company's IRP states that the ITO administers various sections of the OATT, including independent oversight of and approval authority with respect to the LG&E and KU transmission planning criteria and the annual transmission expansion plan, TEP, for the LG&E and KU transmission system. So the question is, does this ITO, in independently administering the OAT, have any independent oversight or approval authority with respect to LG&E and KU's generation planning criteria?
So again, I would go back to this bullet point is referencing the transmission expansion plan, which is an annual transmission analysis that we provide every year via the OAT. So the Open Access Transmission Tariff defines the requirements of how we have to plan. So we plan via the OAT. We also plan via NERC reliability standards. And the result of that transmission expansion plan does get approved by the ITO. So at the end of the planning process, it's about a 14-month planning process that we do every year. At the end of that, the ITO does approve that plan.
Okay. And I think the question about whether or not the ITO has independent oversight of and approval authority of the transmission planning has been asked and answered, and I have inartfully answered it, or asked it rather, but if I understand what you've stated is that when the transmission expansion plan is submitted, does that include information with regard to proposed generation, the company's proposed generation?
It would, the transmission expansion plan would include a basically confirmed or approved generator interconnection requests and confirmed TSRs. That would be included in the expansion plan. But the ITO, in our ITO is Transserve, so our ITO would actually have the authority to approve the GI request through the queue process. And the queue, of course, as you know, the generator interconnection queue and the TSR queue are two separate queues. And the ITO basically does all the studies and various different requirements to go forth to approve or deny those requests. And then when we come around to back to the transmission expansion plan, which is performed by my transmission planning group, and again, it's a 14-month process, right? So it's basically ever going from year to year. The ITO, it will include, as I said before, approved generator interconnection requests and approved TSRs that will be part of the study process in the TEP. The end of the TEP, the ITO approves the final transmission expansion plan.
Okay. So with regard to the sequence of events, and it could be a mixture, is the decision on whether or not to pursue a generator made before or after the decision to submit a TSR?
It's before. So we, transmission planning, and also our independent transmission organization, we don't make those decisions, right? They are inputs that come to us through various different processes that I've described for approval and denial. But we don't develop the plans. That's up to others.
Okay. So if it could be made available to this witness, this would be the company's response to Southern Renewable Energy Association initial request for information, question and answer 23. And please tell me when you get there.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. So you're one of the two responding witnesses on this question, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to read from and you can read from any portion of this question and answer you choose to read from to give a comprehensive answer, but I'm reading from the second paragraph in the answer. And it says, the objective of the company's annual TEP is to determine what transmission projects are necessary to provide firm network integrated transmission service, NITS, to affiliated and unaffiliated firm load from designated network resources, provide firm transmission service to long-term firm point-to-point customers, and comply with application, NERC, reliability standard, and FERC requirements. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to this response, can you give, in simple terms, what's the difference between an affiliated firm load and an unaffiliated firm load?
So an affiliated firm load would obviously be maybe not obvious, but our affiliate, so LG&E or KU, and a non-affiliated could be other NITS customers. For example, that could be by name, that could be EKPC, it could be KYMEA, it could be others that basically serve load off of our network. So they would be considered unaffiliated network integrated transmission service. So other transmission customers other than our affiliate, which is LG&E and KU.
Okay, so in terms of characterizing the company's system is that from a generation standpoint, the company has its, for lack of a better way to describe it, the companies have their fleet of generation assets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And those generation assets are under the control of the companies.
That's correct.
Okay. The companies also have a transmission network. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The transmission network differs a little bit. Is it the case that the transmission differs at least in one at least in one instance, because the company's transmission is under an independent transmission operator, is that correct?
Independent Transmission Organization.
I'm sorry.
And it's governed by the Open Access Transmission Tariff.
Okay,
So we have very, very specific requirements under the OAT.
okay. So with regard to the portion of this answer to question 23, going back, one of the things is, quote, provide firm transmission service to long-term firm point-to-point customers. Can you provide a few illustrations of some of these point-to-point customers, or what is a point-to-point customer taking firm service?
So a point-to-point customer would be any customer that is using our transmission system where power flows in or through our system. Different than the other type of firm transmission service, which would be NITS, Network Integrated Transmission Service. So they're basically the two types of transmission service, NITS and point-to-point. NITS is transmission service off our network, and then point-to-point would be flowing into or through, really through our network.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the NITS, are retail customers of the companies able to obtain firm network integrated transmission service?
Yes, but we, transmission, are dealing with what we would consider the transmission customer, which, back to your comment on the affiliate, an example of that would be LG and KU. So we, transmission, would be dealing directly with the transmission customer, LG and KU as the affiliate, or another NITS customer that would be not an affiliate. So there are others. LG and KU is our largest transmission customer.
Okay, so who are the customers, not by name, but I'm talking about just category or classification, who takes service under the TSR, the Transportation Service Tariff? That the companies,
Transmission?
yes, transmission retail service, thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have any involvement or any role in terms of the retail transmission service tariff?
No. In transmission, we are dealing with what we consider the transmission customer, and that's LG and EKU. It's the NITS customer. The retail side is handled by others.
Okay. In terms of what you describe as what you handle, do you handle any transactions which involve transmission service to one of the company's retail customers, a customer that is located in the company's certified service territory?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of your role in transmission, does your group have any role or what role, if any, does your group have? Well, let me do the foundation because this is two parts. First, to your knowledge, are there any LG&E or KU customers located within their certified service territories who are receiving transmission service other than through one of the company's retail transmission service tariffs?
Well, you're speaking on the retail side of things. So you're speaking about the end user customer, whether that be industrial or commercial or whatnot, and they would go through retail tariffs. And they would deal, again, I'm on the transmission side of things, so I'm not dealing at all directly with the end user customers. I'm dealing with the NITS customer or the transmission customer, which is LG and EKU as an affiliate or others. Those transactions and the direct customer facing to the retail customer, so that end user customer, that would be done by the retail side of the house. So if they were under, you mentioned RTS, so transmission service, that's a retail tariff, right? And they would be signed up through the retail folks and the rates folks. So I'm on the transmission side of the house. I don't have any direct contact with that end user customer. My direct contact is through the transmission customer, whether it be the affiliate or non-affiliate network integrated transmission service customer. It could be several.
Okay,
I think there are a total of considered eight NITS customers that we deal with on a routine basis that, again, take network integrated transmission service.
okay. Is it correct or incorrect that the company's transmission system is not simply used by the companies for service to the company's retail customers?
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. Again, we're governed by the OAT, so it's just that, open access. So the OAT governs the entire non-discriminatory, transparent process. So, and again, all that's governed by the tariff that's, readily available, public available. It's about 1,000-page tariff. But it is out there publicly available.
Okay. If you know, how do the companies, in terms of preparing the IRP, balance the fact that the company's transmission planning, that there's an aspect of the company's transmission planning to serve its customers within their certified service areas, and then there's this separate aspect of the company's transmission planning process that is to serve other than the company's retail customers. How is that balanced in the planning process?
So my team, the transmission provider, we provide the same level of interface and transmission service to any customer through the OAT, through the open access transmission tariff. So we provide exactly the same type of product and services to all that are eligible through the OAT. So again, it's a very transparent, non-discriminatory discriminatory process by law, by the tariff.
Okay. So, and this may not be a fair question to you because you're on the transmission side, and if it's not a question for you to answer, just let me know. So if the company were to locate, company makes the decision to locate, propose to locate new generation, and I believe your testimony earlier was that that decision is made before there's a decision to make to prepare a TSR. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in terms of developing for a resource plan an all-in cost, how are the companies balancing or determining or weighing or evaluating whatever for the purposes of the integrated resource plan? How do the companies balance the costs associated with generation with the costs associated with transmission to determine a recommended plan?
So I would say those that are accountable for putting together the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan, they are making the request as needed to transmission to provide various different scenario planning, whatever they might need. And again, that is in the record of the IRP where we, transmission provider, studied a host of different scenarios of that included generation retirements, generation replacements, and again, what we're accountable for on the transmission side is to provide the estimates around very specifically transmission upgrades needed. So we would run those sensitivity studies as we did in the IRP, and it's documented in the IRP, and then those that are responsible for the IRP will use that input to develop their planning and recommendations. So we, transmission, are an input to the IRP.
Okay, in terms of the recommended plan for this IRP, is the information in the recommended plan, is the information associated with the cost of generation under the recommended plan synchronized with the cost of the transmission that would be necessary to support the recommended generation?
I would assume so, but I'm not the individual to speak to about the broader IRP. I am an input, transmission is an input to the IRP. So I would refer that to those that that have done the development and the planning of the IRP.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for not catching this if I didn't catch it the first time. And I'm in a hypothetical. If the companies are proposing generation, and this would be replacement generation, the scenario is the companies are proposing generation under a low load or no growth planning scenario, where effectively that they're trying to replace one-for-one generation that they plan to retire. In that scenario, and they're going to further, they'll do it at the same site that the generation that they're retiring is located. Are the companies required to submit the TSR?
Yes, even in a retirement replacement scenario, there will be some transmission specific costs, but nevertheless, at the end of the day, if new generation is planned, that goes through the generation interconnection queue that we talked about before. So yes, there would be we call it a GIR, generator interconnection request. That would have to go in.
Okay, so that's under a low load or no load planning scenario. Under a scenario where additional incremental generation is being built at the same site, would there be both a GIR and a TSR?
Well, at the end of the day, if there's new generation, there's going to be a GIR, whether it's retire, replace, or incremental, there's going to be a GIR and an associated TSR. So a GIR does not have anything to do with flowing power on the transmission system. That's covered with the transmission service request. So once again, there are two different queues, different processes. One is to interconnect the new generation. The other is to flow the megawatts of that new or replacement or incremental generation onto the transmission system, and that would go through the TSR. So 2 different queues, 2 different processes, 2 different sets of approvals, all done, as we said earlier, by, at the end of the day, approved or denied by the independent transmission organization.
Okay. One moment, please. I would like for you to refer to your response to Southern Renewable Energy Association's initial request for information, question and answer 41.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And in the question, and again, as always, you can feel free to read into the record anything that you believe is necessary to have proper context or otherwise a comprehensive answer. But in the question portion, there was a request, please further explain the company's claim that, quote, it is not practical to estimate transmission system upgrade costs for numerous generation sites that do not currently exist, close quote. And then say the company's understanding and knowledge regarding long-term transmission planning completed by entities including MISO and SPP and the Carolinas Transmission Planning Collaborative that study transmission system upgrades for generation sites that do not currently exist. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Part of the answer in the in response to question 41, and this is the subpart 2, the transmission upgrades required to accommodate renewable generation penetration at the limits indicated in the reference section would likely be significant but are unknown. And it's C, the response to PSC 1-14. Because the companies are not seeking approval for new renewable resources, the companies conservatively assumed no cost for related transmission system upgrades. The companies have not evaluated transmission studies performed by external entities for other planning areas. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there a, if you can share with us, is there a specific reason or reasons why the companies haven't evaluated transmission studies performed by external entities for other planning areas?
Well, repeat that question. I want to make sure
Well-
I answer this correctly.
Well, let's lay a little bit more foundation. Earlier today in some testimony, the record always speaks for itself, there was some discussion, for example, with computer programmings that there were some comparisons that were made. You look at the program and you compare it to the results of another program. Do you remember that testimony from earlier today?
I'm not sure that I caught all of that.
Okay. With regard to the issuances of RFP, I believe that the testimony was something in the neighborhood of that that the companies don't issue RFPs just to issue them, because that can create some problems, but occasionally the companies do issue RFPs just to gain information. Were you here for that portion of the testimony?
Yes, and I am familiar with that.
Okay.
I, of course, on transmission side of the house, do not issue those RFPs, but I am familiar.
But in terms of is it your view that the companies approach transmission in isolation?
No, we do not. Back to basically all of our planning is via the OAT. I talked a little bit about the annual transmission expansion plan, but that goes into a broader regional plan and also into an interregional plan. So I would say, no, we do not study in isolation. And then if you go back to, for example, the transmission service request process, there is an entire, what we call affected system studies type process, ad hoc study type process, where we work with our partners on the seams to identify any other issues that might happen as a result of what's internally happening on our transmission system. So how that affects neighboring systems. And currently, in the queue, in the TSR queue, there are some requested affected system studies by others going on. And again, transmission is, as you well know, is highly networked and highly integrated, and what we do impacts our neighbors, and what our neighbors do impacts us. So I would not at all say we study in isolation,
Okay. I believe.
or plan in isolation, sorry.
No, it's quite all right. I believe you used the word seams. Did you use the word seams? in this one?
Neighbors
Okay.
is what I
Well-
would maybe better clarify that, our neighbors.
Right, because I'm trying to say SEAMS or SEEMS when you say seams. When you say seams, what do you mean?
I mean our neighbors.
Okay.
I mean who basically joints up to our balancing authority area. Right, so we LG&E and KU have a balancing authority area, and then we have neighbors all around us in different balancing authority areas, and different planning regions, and all kinds of different things. But they're our neighbors, basically.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And Your Honor, with that, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, I would like to take about a 15-minute break. And then, have I already asked Sierra Club?
We had no questions, Your
Okay,
Honor.
and then,
I believe-
I had not yet gotten to joint interveners.
Yeah.
You'll have some questions?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so we'll start there when we come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ron, thank you. Still good morning, Ms. McFarland. My name is Cassandra McCrae, and I just have a few questions for you on behalf of the joint interveners. And if you'll forgive me, I might start a little out of order, just following up on some things that you've already talked about with Mr. Spinard. So you all had talked about your NITs, your Network Integration Transmission Service customers, right? Okay. And you had said before that there are 8. 2 of them are East Kentucky Power Cooperative and Kentucky Municipal Energy Agency, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are all listed in your
Yes.
open access transmission tariff?
They are listed, yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to read you the list of the 8. And if you could just let me know if it's accurate or not. So the list I have from your OATT of your network integrated transmission customers includes the 2 we already mentioned, East Kentucky Power Cooperative and Kentucky Municipal Energy Agency. Also, Big Rivers Electric Corporation.
Yes.
Also, Hoosier Energy Rec.
Yes.
Also, Kentucky Municipal Power Agency.
Yes.
Also, Owensboro Municipal Utilities.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, Tennessee Valley Authority.
Yes.
And then the 8th is LG&E and KU, your affiliated retail
Yes.
NIT customer, or, I'm sorry, how would I say that? If you could give me the words again to make sure I get it
NITS
exactly right.
Customer, NITS customer.
NITS customer.
Network Integrated Transmission Customer.
Okay. And it makes-
Service, Network Integrated Transmission Service Customer.
Okay. Will it be important for me to distinguish when I'm talking about LG&E and KU as a NITS as opposed to as a transmission owner?
Yes.
If you would just let me know if you feel like I'm missing a distinction anytime between those things, or a question needs to be clarified between those 2 things, please do let me know. I'll try my best to keep the language clear. So as a transmission owner, all of your NITS customers would pay tariffed rates.
Yes, all of the NITS customers pay OAT tariff rates, correct.
And not asking you for a legal opinion, but just to the extent that you need to know in terms of your role as VP of Transmission. That's a FERC jurisdictional rate?
That's a FERC jurisdictional rate, correct.
Okay. It is a formula rate in your open access transmission?
Yes, it's a formula rate, attachment O, yes.
And it is updated annually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
June 1st.
All right, thank you. Then, if we could jump to, yesterday you may have heard, I started to ask Mr. Bevington about the company's response to Attorney General Request 2-1-B. If we could pull that up, and I will do the same.
Is that, I assume this is it? Okay, thank you, I see it now.
So this question 1, I see responding witnesses listed, Mr. Bevington, Mr. Jones, Mr. Wilson, and yourself, correct? You looking at the
Yes.
same thing? Okay. And the, are you looking at a question 1 that begins C and then gives a URL?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving down to the answer, and the final line on page 1 referring to the 2 transmission service requests submitted, and this is in relation to the Campground Road Data Center project. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the representation that I just made, is that your understanding as well, that these are TSRs related to the Campground Road project?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And so, speaking with Mr. Bevington, he was not sure whether or not the projects listed in the table on page 2 would be network facilities. Could you tell me for each of those 3 projects whether they would be a network facility?
Yes, they are network facilities.
Each one of those? Okay. And then the first full paragraph immediately below that table gives 2 additional projects Would either of those projects also be network facilities?
I'm struggling with the 9-breaker interconnection.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, those are new network interconnection facilities. The 9-breaker, and then you're also referring to the second TSR. But at the end of the day, they are all network facilities.
Gotcha, thank you. So back up to the table, that first one has already been completed. Is that accurate to your knowledge?
Yes, that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Bevington wasn't sure, but on the second two, are those projects already underway?
Subject to check, I would say subject to check from a preliminary engineering perspective, yes.
And then how about the choice between a 9-breaker or a 12-breaker interconnection? Is either of those projects going forward?
Yes, as of today, it is a 9-breaker scheme, substation configuration scheme.
Okay.
And they are underway from an engineering and procurement perspective. And Mr. Bevington did refer to an EP and C agreement yesterday. So we have a EPC agreement underway with the customer, signed by the customer, such that engineering and procurement can proceed.
Thank you. When you say we and customer, can you tell me
Sorry.
who the we is and who the customer is?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. But the engineering and procurement agreement goes through economic development. And I forgot, what was the other, you were asking what the other?
Customer, yes.
Yeah, so in this particular TSR request, I am transmission, so we're dealing with transmission customer. So that, in this case, would be LG&E and KU, our affiliate, and then our affiliate, so it's the load-serving entity.
Gotcha.
In this case. And then the affiliate, the load-serving entity, and Mr. Bevington's group is the end user, customer facing, dealing with, in this case, I believe it's a developer.
Okay, thank you. It's not as though LG&E and KU, as a transmission owner, have a contract with that retail
That's
end use
correct.
customer.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
Okay. Just forgive me, I have jumped around, and so I'm just wanting to make sure I do something sensible next. If we could pull up, Mr. Lovecamp, please, the company's response to joint interveners request 1.61.
Yes, I'm sorry, I see it.
No problem at all. And if you are you seeing your name listed as a responding
Yes.
witness, Ms. McFarland? And the question begins, please refer to the process for interconnecting new load. Is that the same thing you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's 3 subparts, each asking questions related to that interconnection of new load. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And I was interested particularly in subpart C, which asked for you to please describe and estimate the range of interconnection costs for a prospective new customer. If you'd like to just take a moment and you can scroll down to page 2 and have an opportunity to read that paragraph.
Yes, I see it. I read it.
All right, thank you. Just don't want to surprise you. So in that final two sentences, beginning with the word however, it says, however, it is important to note that the majority of costs associated with a new load interconnecting to the LG&E KU transmission system are ultimately borne by the transmission owner if the new load comes to fruition. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be correct for me to add to that statement this, a short phrase? So if instead I said, it is important to note that the majority of costs associated with a new load interconnecting with the LG&U transmission system are ultimately borne by the transmission owner and recovered through the tariff.
Yes, is partially recovered through the tariff. So from in this case, it's not campground. We're not talking about campground, so we're talking generally.
Yes.
So in this case, if the LG&E KU, the affiliate, were involved, then essentially those costs would be recovered through retail rates on the retail side of the house, through the bundled rates, and essentially would be recovered through retail rate cases. But in terms of the LG&E KU portion and the retail rates, I'll defer that portion to Mr. Conroy. So the portion that I'm responsible for is what you referred to being recovered from all users of the LG&E KU, of the LG&E KU transmission system through the FERC OAT rate. So which is a portion of the revenue requirement.
Understood, thank you. So had I added specificity of ultimately borne by the transmission owner with those costs recovered through the OATT?
Yes.
That would have been correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And one of the ways that those costs would be recovered through the OATT would be adjustments to the formula rate for network integrated transmission service, right?
Yes.
So that means that each of those 8 NITS customers that we looked at before, some portion of network facility upgrades would be socialized across customers paying that rate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And those tariff rates are recalculated annually in June?
June 1st, yes.
June 1st, okay. Can we keep talking about your neighbors a little bit longer? So in the volume 3 transmission section, it's noted that LG&E and KU's transmission system has a significant number of interconnections with various transmission systems, including EKPC.
Yes.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, we are highly integrated with EKPC.
EKPC reports what they call free-flowing transmission interconnections with LG&E and KU. Would that characterization mean something to you as well?
No. If I answered, I'd be speculating.
Fair enough. How would you characterize your 66 transmission interconnections with EKPC's transmission system?
They are delivery points.
Delivery points?
Mhm.
Okay. And they could move power towards either system?
Yes.
Is their capability sometimes greater, moving in one direction or the other between neighboring systems?
Well, East Kentucky serves, we serve load off our system to East Kentucky, and some of our load is served off the East Kentucky system.
And when your load is served off the East Kentucky system, you pay their NITS rate?
Yes.
Okay. And when their load is served off of your system, they pay NITS?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I believe, is it the first time that the 24 IRP is, or sorry, is the 2024 IRP the first time, to your knowledge, that LG&E and KU are providing a list, actually, of all of these interconnections with neighboring systems.
I can't answer to previous IRPs, only really to this one.
Okay, fair enough. Well, if you'd like to look at the list, we could pull it up. It's in volume 3, table 6-1. It begins on PDF page 168 of 244. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Okay, I got that all wrong. Did I? We'll proceed without the reference. So, I believe you said before, talking with Mr. Spinard, that you do coordinate with neighboring systems on planning and operational needs?
Yes.
Okay. And that would include coordinating with EKPC on planning and operational needs?
Yes.
As part of developing the 2024 IRP and the transmission inputs to that IRP, what conversations did you have with EKPC?
None to my knowledge.
Did you have any conversations with any of your other transmission system neighbors as part of preparing the transmission inputs for the 2021 IRP?
Not to my knowledge.
Madam Rep, just like Ms. McRae, did you mean the 2021 IRP or the 2024 IRP?
Oh, excuse me, I did mean 24.
Yes, I think you said 21, so I just want to make sure it was clear.
Oh,
Sorry, I thought you said 2024. I apologize. I'm not, again, familiar with the 2021.
right on. So, I don't mean to pull you into anything confidential. Certainly say
I
that.
appreciate that.
Okay, and I do know that, you all have provided a map of your transmission system, and there are very good reasons that that is confidential information. So please don't tell me anything specific enough about the location of your facilities to reveal any confidential information. How does your footprint as a balancing area compare to LG&E and KU's footprint as retail electric provider?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
How about this? Never. I'll scratch that or withdraw the question. I'll just ask you, each of those interconnection points with EKPC system, do you have an idea of what your total transfer capability is across those interconnections?
So you're speaking to ATC, so available transfer capability. It varies. So I couldn't speak to that specifically because it is changing all the time with the calculations.
It would vary seasonally, like summer to winter,
Yes,
and it would vary depending on like real-time transmission system conditions.
yes.
And you're not able to reduce those to estimated numbers or ballpark numbers under those sets of conditions?
Well, they are varying, so I wouldn't be comfortable stating that because again, it is ever changing, but we can answer that, what we can answer in a post data request if you'd like.
Well, interestingly, this is information that's reported on the face of the 2025 EKPC IRP. Have you reviewed that IRP?
I have not.
Did they reach out and ask you any questions related to their development of that IRP?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I will say that my team, because we're so highly integrated with EKPC, that the planning teams do meet routinely, but I can't answer the question.
Okay. Can you tell me whether you think they're remotely in the right ballpark to report that the combined winter transfer capability between your two transmission systems is approximately, under normal transmission conditions in the winter, approximately 10,934 MVA?
I can't,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I can't answer that.
You don't know.
I don't know.
And you would not know whether under extreme conditions, that number increases or decreases?
Under extreme condition, it could decrease.
Okay. You wouldn't know by how much?
No.
If EKPC, or EKPC reporting 9,275 MVA of transferred capability under summer conditions, or can you state whether or not that is correct?
No, I can't answer to any of those specific numbers without the data.
Would it be important for both LG&E and EKPC to have a common idea of what the capabilities of transmission infrastructure is at all of your interconnection points?
We do have that information, I just can't speak to it today.
Is that something going forward that could be reported in IRPs as is being done now by EKPC?
I don't know the answer to that. I would have to look into that.
If I could ask, just to clarify, one thing, I just use a new acronym, I think probably MVA. Just to be clear, MVA is a unit of power, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and MVA is measuring both the real power being carried, which could be expressed in megawatts, as well as the reactive
Yes.
power being carried, right, okay.
Yes.
For a layperson, can we think of an MVA as roughly equivalent to a megawatt?
Depends on the power factor. But I would say, from a power flow perspective, we do consider MVA, which, as you pointed out, has a real component and a reactive component. And, but you have to consider the power factor. And we consider all of that in our power flow studies.
Thank you. And if you'll indulge me, Ms. McFarland, I would love to back all the way up to your team developing the inputs for this 2024 IRP. Would the transmission team involved in the IRP have also included Mr. Chad Balmer and Josh Boone?
Mr. Chris Balmer and Josh Boone.
Oh, Chris Balmer. All right. And they both report to you?
Yes, Chris Balmer is now retired. But yes, at the time of this, the inputs to the IRP, Chris Balmer was in place.
Okay. Is part of developing those inputs or later in the process, what discussions did you have with other members of the IRP team about batteries as a transmission asset?
I specifically did not have any discussions with the IRP team, and I cannot speak to any discussions that may or may not have taken place with my team and the team of the IRP. I just don't know.
That's fair. Yeah. And I believe you represented earlier that you provided inputs to the IRP after having been asked for specific scenarios to be subjected to transmission scenario modeling. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you also make any suggestions to the IRP modeling team from a transmission operations or planning perspective about additional scenarios or alternatives that should be considered in the transmission context?
I would say we provided the input that was asked for in the developers, with the developers of the IRP.
Did the developers of the IRP ask you at all, as part of their process, about potential for line reconductoring across the transmission system?
Well, as part of developing the scenarios with the study that we provided in the record, that would have potentially come up when we ran studies and identified constraints. There could have potentially been reconductoring of lines involved in that.
Is reconductoring only done if there's constraints?
Would the reconductoring only be selected by the power flow model if it hits a constraint?
Yes, that's what the power flow models are for. So generally, for these sensitivity type studies, we'll run steady state models, and we'll look for overloads and thermal constraints, really, overloads, if you will, and then we'll also look for voltage excursions.
Okay. That power flow model, does it have the option to choose addition of battery storage as a transmission asset to address congestion?
It would have included whatever generation and whatever load that was given to us to study. So we'll take in the generation forecast, the load forecast, and we'll run the studies. And those forecasts come, just to be clear, those forecasts come from others.
I understand. Thank you. If I can just take a step back, I had understood an earlier answer to suggest to me that your power flow model, if it finds, with the scenario you prefigure, if it finds it hits congestion or thermal overload somewhere, it finds an alternative. Is that right?
We, transmission planning, part of our planning analysis is to determine mitigation to those identified constraints. And mitigation can, yes, be construction, upgrades, whatnot. We call them CAPs, corrective action plans. And that's a normal part of the planning process. Identify the constraints and then develop corrective action plans, mitigation plans.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So it's not as though you have a model that's, your power flow model does not also give you the solution when it identifies a congestion.
That's correct.
Or constraint, okay.
And we would look for, in determining those mitigation plans and caps, we would look for, let me just say, we'd look for least cost, right? So we would look at alternatives and choose least cost alternatives from a planning analysis perspective.
Okay. Thank you, that's very helpful. I could also ask you to jump around to the questions you and Mr. Spinard were talking through in relation to a series of bullet points in volume 3 explaining the role of the ITO. That was just for context. I'm not gonna ask you anything, you immediately need to look at it. But I wanted to clarify, the ITO, if you want me to point you to this, I can, by the way. But the ITO holds 2 annual stakeholder meetings. Is that right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. In those meetings, LG&E and KU, as a NITS customer, would be a stakeholder? Yes?
Anyone could be a stakeholder, so yes, anyone could be a stakeholder in
I
those
could be a
meetings.
stakeholder.
Yes,
So it's an open meeting.
yes.
Do you attend those meetings as LG&E KU transmission provider?
Yes.
Which
Are
would-
you saying me specifically? So I have attended them before. I do not attend every one, no.
Okay. And you as a role for transmission provider, are you screened from anybody who's retail end user transmission concerned at LG and KU?
Well, I will tell you that we follow all standards of conduct in the presence of those meetings. So again, we would clearly abide by the oath in those meetings. And I will tell you, in the past, those meetings aren't tremendously attended, so it's a small group of stakeholders, but it is open to those interested parties.
Just curious, do you feel like there's kind of a core set of diehard stakeholders who tend to show up that you could identify?
No, I can't
No.
specifically speak to that.
Fair enough. You would be the person for me to speak with too, Ms. McFarland, about the generator interconnection queue? Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. Every generator that wants to interconnect to the LG&E and KU transmission system goes through that queue. Is that right?
Yes, as part of open access via the OAT, via the tariff.
Okay. And that's periodically updated on the open access site, the queue itself.
Yes, it's periodically updated on Oasis, that's what you're referring to. So Oasis is our same time information system, so it's just our IT platform, and all our business transactions and information go through Oasis, you know, again, to facilitate the open access, transparency, and non-discriminatory process, so yes.
One thing that I wanted to understand about your generator interconnection queue is it does report historical requests as well, right? Like going back a number of years, you could see on that queue list projects that were submitted and withdrawn 5 years ago or more.
I believe so, but I'd feel more comfortable if I could lay my eyes on it with Oasis, because I can't recall what exactly that list looks like. So maybe let me ask, can you restate the question? Maybe I can answer it better.
Yeah, or maybe I could just like get what I'm driving at, is whether or not projects ever get removed from that queue posting, or if it ends up being a solid historical record of past requests, wherever they ended up in the process.
I can't recall.
Okay, that's fair. Could you tell me what it would mean for projects that are listed as LGIA signed but currently suspended?
Yeah, so as part of the OAT process with generator interconnects, there is what we call a large generator interconnection agreement signed between the companies and the customer, whomever the customer may be from an open access perspective. And then, similar to the TSR process, there's very specific formal guidelines of the GI request process. So there's timelines associated. And many times a GI will put in a request, and then they will go immediately in suspension for whatever reason the customer decides. Perhaps it's they can't meet the timelines given in the GI request. But suspension is an option. You can suspend up to 3 years. A GI request can suspend up to 3 years, and we have several in our queue right now, our GI queue, that are in suspension.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say it's an anomaly at all.
I might just have one more little set of questions, Ms. McFarland. You're familiar generally with customer classifications?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, residential customers have no need for direct connection to transmission line, right?
That's correct.
Is it often the case that commercial customers usually take service at the distribution level as well?
Generally.
Restaurants, generally distribution level operation?
Did you say, one more time, ask again?
As like restaurant as a sort of general example of a commercial.
What kind of service?
Distribution, or I suggest they be a distribution
Yes,
customer.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. Even a grocery store is likely to be a distribution customer?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, it has been a pleasure talking with you, Mrs. McFarland, and I do not think I have any more questions for the record. Thank you.
Okay, so staff?
Literally one or two very small questions, so we'll get through this very quickly. The first is, and I apologize if this is in the record somewhere when you all were explaining what inputs you put in the transmission studies.
What, I'm sorry, what?
I apologize if this is in the record and you can point us to it.
Okay.
I just couldn't find, when you were talking about the need for upgrading transmission lines or the need for installing new lines when you're studying new generation, when that comes to you, is part of that looking at like the cost of reconductoring, like carbon-based lines versus like the steel core lines?
Yes, it could be anything. It could be any part of our infrastructure, yes.
So specifically with those, did you study specifically if it would be cheaper to replace the lines with, say, like a carbon core line versus like upgrading the transmission lines with traditional steel core lines? Do you have like a result of whether or not?
Well, we have internal company standards that would point to steel construction on transmission structures.
Okay.
So I would fall back on our standards.
Okay, so when you do your studies, you look at the standards and then you
Yes.
only include what is in the standards.
We would engineer and design per our standards and build per our standards, yes.
Okay, so when you provide inputs for the IRP or for anything else, you don't look to other technologies. You wait for the standard to include that technology and then you use that.
Yes, we would, we're looking at improvements, continued improvements, all of the time in our business. But typically, as you well know, it takes a couple of years or so to build a new transmission line, maybe longer. So we would use the standards in place at the time.
Perfect. That is the one question I had, and I think we are good from there. Chair, no more questions.
I don't have anything. Nor do I. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right. You're excused, Ms. McFarland.
Thank you.
The next one, assuming would be kind of quick, we could go ahead and maybe shoot for getting one more done and then take a lunch break?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay. let's do it.
LG and KU, call Peter Waldrop.
Okay. Mr. Walker, if you would raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Peter Waldrop, 6900 Enterprise Drive, Louisville, Kentucky, 40214.
Okay. And
Mr. Waldrop, by whom are you employed?
LGD and KU Services Company.
And what is your job title?
Vice President, Electric Distribution Operations.
And were you identified as the responsible witness on several of the data responses that have been filed of record in this IRP case?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Waldron is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. And none from KCA, KIUC, or the Attorney General's office, so we'll move to Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Spinard, sorry.
No questions, Your Honor.
And Joan Rivers.
No questions, Your Honor?
Staff.
Staff has no questions.
Commissioner Rickman.
Record.
Record. It's a record. Congratulations, Mr. Walden. So no redirects, and this will just not be.
Just one.
Great job, Mr. Walden. All right, do we think we can get one more in? Let's give it a shot.
We can try.
I will say
Let's
if it's
fill it.
Mr. Ember, I probably have about 40 minutes. And I know that joint interveners do as well. They have
Not
questions.
quite that much, but
But
more
if you
than
want to go
20.
through a different witness, I think it could go much quicker.
That is up to.
I give that.
Yeah.
Whatever order they'd like to call the witness.
Your Honor, if it's acceptable to everybody, this might be a good time to take the
Okay.
lunch break and then start again for the afternoon session.
That's-
If that's
I just
acceptable.
thought it would be honest.
Yeah, no, always do that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Can everybody live with a 45-minute lunch break? Because I would love to get us out before like dark.
That's
Okay.
fine for us.
All right, let's be back at 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
on the record in case number 2024-00326. And Mr. Crosby, call your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Philip Ember.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Mr. Ember, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Philip Andrew Ember. I work for PPL Services at 820 West Broadway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Okay, counsel.
Mr. Ember, what is your job title?
Director of Environmental Compliance.
Did you sponsor responses to certain data requests in this proceeding?
Yes.
The witness is now available for questions, Your Honor.
And Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ember. I'm Kristen Henry, attorney with Sierra Club. So you're the Director of Environmental Compliance for PPL Services, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And PPL Service Corporation provides services to LG&E and KU service companies, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that role, you're responsible for reviewing and understanding the applicability of federal environmental regulations that impact the company's generation fleet. Is that correct?
Amongst other things, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Well, that was your key role in this IRP.
Federal, state, and local regulatory environmental issues, yes.
Perfect. And you keep track of developments in environmental regulations, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also keep track of compliance options, is that also correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. They're pretty much yes or no questions about environmental regulations. If you need to refer to a statute or a Federal Register notice, let me know. I think, given your experience, we don't have to go there and make it go faster, okay? But I just wanted to offer that. Okay. For this IRP, the company's evaluated 4 different scenarios around environmental regulations. Is that correct?
We specifically identified 4 scenarios, correct.
Okay. And the 4 scenarios considered, they revolved around 3 different rules. Is that correct?
Foundationally, yes.
Okay. And the 3 rules were the Good Neighbor Plan, was one of them, correct?
No.
I can refer to it as the Ozone NACS / the Good Neighbor Plan?
That would be
better?
fine.
Is that
Yes,
better?
that's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one would be the effluent limitation guidelines. Is that correct, sir?
Can you be more specific as to which aspects of the...
The ELG rules.
Which?
And I believe that was one of the scenarios identified.
Well, yes. I will say yes, and as we go further, I'll explain more.
Okay. And then the other one would be the Clean Air Act carbon regulations under 111. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then under the 4 scenarios, one of the scenarios that was considered in the IRP, we call that the no environmental regulation scenario. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other one looked at compliance with the ozone NACS, just the ozone NACS, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next one layered onto that ozone NACS compliance, it also layered on ELG compliance. Is that correct?
Specifically the 2024 ELG, yes.
Okay. You can always clarify whatever you need to clarify. Okay. And then the 4th one added on to that 111D compliance. Is that correct?
I'll answer that by saying 111B and 111D with respect to greenhouse gas.
That's fine. So carbon regulation under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act, both B and D.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the company recommended resource plan accounts for compliance with the ozone NACS. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the terms in that question specific to the IRP.
Okay. In the IRP, is there a recommended resource plan?
Yes, there's a baseline
Okay.
from those 4 scenarios.
Okay, and there's, so we'll call it the baseline. Do you prefer to use the term baseline, sir?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So, under the company's preferred baseline, what were the environmental regulations contemplated?
At the time of the IRP, we chose to utilize as the baseline the ozone plus ELG scenario.
Thank you. Okay, so the ozone was considered as part of the baseline, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is the environmental regulation that's driving the company's plan to install a selective catalytic reduction technology on Gent 2, is that correct?
That would be true, yes.
Okay. Now this EPA, in 2015, EPA updated its ozone national ambient air quality standards, is that correct?
Yes, in 2015, the EPA finalized a revision to the standard, yes.
Okay. And the ozone national ambient air quality standards, they're set at a level that's requisite to protect public health, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And I think you just noted this, that those standards are updated periodically, correct?
under the Clean Air Act, they are updated, they're supposed to be updated every 5 years, supposed to be.
Great. And in general, the NACs are either retained or they are ratcheted down. Is that correct? They're either-
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're talking about ozone NACs, but the Gent power plant doesn't actually emit ozone. Is that correct?
For the context of this discussion, no.
Okay. So ozone is not directly emitted by the Gent power plant, correct?
For the context of this discussion, that is correct.
Okay. And it forms in the atmosphere as a result of NOx and VOC emissions, correct?
With sunlight, yes.
Okay, great. And most relevant for this conversation, it's their NOx emissions from the combustion of coal, correct?
For this conversation, as it relates to the 2015 ozone standard and overall compliance, yes.
Okay. And coal combustion results in significant NOx emissions, correct?
I guess significant would have to be defined in that question.
Okay. They emit NOx emissions.
They do emit NOx, yes.
Okay. Okay. Once EPA has established a new national ambient air quality standards, which as you noted are supposed to happen every 5 years, that kind of starts a process for states to come into a compliance plan. Is that correct?
I will answer yes.
Okay, thank you. And states are required under the Act to submit state implementation plans to ensure attainment of the national ambient air quality standards as expeditiously as practicable. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And among other requirements, each state implementation plan must include emission limitations to ensure that each area within the state meets the standard. Is that correct?
That is partly true, yes.
Okay. Well, I usually don't, we're not gonna do compound. We'll just-
Okay. I mean, there's more to the
There's
overall issue. Well, I mean, there's, you said within the state.
Yes.
There's also cross-state air pollution issues.
We're gonna go there
Okay.
next, sir, if that's.
Okay.
So I'll give you comfort in knowing we will get there eventually.
Okay.
Okay. So these plans must also ensure that pollution from within the state does not significantly contribute to non-attainment with the standard in other states or interference with maintenance of the standard in another state. Is that correct?
That is true, yes.
The Good Neighbor Plan, have you heard of that?
I'll clarify, the Good Neighbor Plan is saying that was a 2023 rule. Yes, the
Okay.
Good Neighbor Plan.
Okay. And the Good Neighbor Plan relates to emissions contributing to non-attainment and is dealing with that interstate transport issue of ozone. between
Yes,
the
it
states.
is something under the Clean Air Act, referencing the actual good neighbor provision, a cross-state air pollution rule to address attainment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and EPA originally disapproved the Kentucky State Implementation Plan along with 20 other state plans because the agency found that those plans, that those states significantly contributed to downwind non-attainment problems or interference with maintaining the standard in other neighboring states, correct? Generally speaking.
Yes, the EPA eventually denied the Kentucky SIP. It took the EPA quite some time, and the timeline for that is also in contention.
Okay.
So yes, I mean, it was denied eventually.
Okay. And the Good Neighbor Plan revises and tightens EPA's existing, if I say the term CASPER or cross-state air pollution, do you know that I'm referring to, sir?
I am very familiar with the cross-state air pollution rules that exist today, yes.
Okay. Would you prefer I call it the cross-state air pollution rule?
You can call it CASPER.
I can call it CASPER, okay.
Sure.
Great. Okay, so the Good Neighbor Plan revises and tightens EPA's existing CASPER NOx trading program. Is that correct?
Yes, the existing CASPER is implemented to drive attainment of the 2008 ozone standard. So yes, it advances the emission reductions from the 2008 standard to drive attainment to the 2015 standard.
I think we're in lockstep because this is where we're going next.
Okay.
So it's fair to say that the Good Neighbor Plan is not a novel approach to dealing with interstate pollution problems, correct?
The Good Neighbor Plan utilizes cross-state air pollution rule tools that have been implemented historically. The Good Neighbor Plan implements novel issues into it.
So the program that you're referring to, it actually stretches back 25 years when we're talking about EPA's NOx trading program. Is that correct?
I don't know the year,
It's,
but it's historically, it's been around long enough that it was there when I started doing environmental work for the company.
okay. So before the Good Neighbor Plan, there was CASPER, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And there was a few updates to CASPER too. Is that
There
correct?
have been multiple iterations of the CASPER, yes.
Okay. And before CASPER, there was something called CARE. Are you familiar with that one,
Cross,
sir?
Clean Air Interstate Rule, yes.
Okay. And I can refer to it as that.
CARE is fine.
Okay. And before CARE, there was the NOx SIP call. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So although these rules have changed somewhat, the program that they address has existed for some time. Is that correct? As you noted, it's the Good Neighbor provision of the Clean Air Act, correct?
yeah, the Clean Air Act is a living tool, yes.
Okay. And you noted this before, but CASPER was originally designed to address EPA's 2008 National Ambient Air Quality Standards for ozone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. When we think about emissions from Kentucky, we talked about impacts to neighboring states reaching attainment. That's an issue for ozone contributions. Is it to New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York? Is that correct?
Well, those states don't neighbor Kentucky.
But they impact the
They are downwind. I would suggest Maryland would be in that list as well.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. I have that later But then I believe that there is a non-attainment area that's referred to as the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area, and there is a non-attainment area that is possibly impacted by Kentucky emissions, correct?
Possibly, that is correct.
Okay.
According to the process that we've been working under, yes.
Okay. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit did vacate EPA's dismissal of Kentucky's SIP, and it is that correct? For the Good Neighbor Plan?
Yes,
Okay. And it has remanded the SIP back to the EPA, is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Okay, so Kentucky's state implementation plan is now back at the EPA, which EPA can either approve or disapprove, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court stayed the Good Neighbor Plan, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. But earlier iterations of the Good Neighbor rule, and we kind of walked through Casper, was an earlier iteration of the rule, that was also stayed, is that correct? Do you remember, was Casper stayed by the Supreme Court?
I would ask you to be more specific. I'm not sure I'm following the question.
It's all right, let me say this. Well, it's actually, you know that, are you aware of the fact that the U.S. Supreme Court eventually upheld the Casper rule?
I am aware that we are operating today under a cross-state air pollution rule. So, and yeah, there was court challenges historically, but I haven't paid close attention to those. They were quite some time ago.
Okay, but those challenges, Casper is being implemented, correct?
We comply with Casper
Okay.
rules today,
That's
yes.
And are you aware that at one point in time, the Supreme Court had stayed the Casper rule before it was implemented? Were you aware of that?
There's been many iterations of good neighbor provisions. They've been litigated over the years.
Okay, but historically, they have eventually been implemented, correct?
Yeah, yes, and I fully expect that cross-state air pollution rules will stay in place to ensure maintenance of attainment long-term.
Okay, well, I think we're in agreement, sir. Actually, here's my next question. So you would agree that Casper's basic approach, or we can even call it the dealing with the Clean Air, the Good Neighbor Plan provision of the Clean Air Act, and its different iterations for addressing downwind non-attainment, it's not going away.
No, it is not going away.
Okay. So besides the Good Neighbor Plan, there are other ways that EPA could impose NOx emission reductions on Gent 2, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Well, first of all, we already covered that Gent is already subject to NOx emissions through Casper, correct?
correct,
And it will continue to be, correct?
correct,
Okay, so regardless of what happens with the Good Neighbor Plan, Gent 2 will always face those continued costs, correct? Of compliance with the Casper rule.
continued compliance with the Casper rule is correct.
Okay. And there are other means to regulate NOx emissions from this facility, is that correct?
I don't understand the question.
Let's say it like this. Have you ever heard of a SIP call?
Yes,
Okay, so a SIP call authority is another way that you could impose similar NOx emission requirements on that facility, is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. If I refer to something as a 126 petition, are you familiar with that term, sir?
Yes,
Okay, so another mechanism to regulate NOx emissions at this facility would be from the 126 petition, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. A 126 petition allows a state or a political subdivision to petition the administrator of the EPA for a finding that any major source or group of stationary sources emits or would emit any air pollutant in violation of the prohibition. Is that correct, basically?
It's been a while since I've read the statute itself, but I will agree with the context, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that some states have filed 126 petitions before, correct?
I am aware that the 126 provision of the Clean Air Act has been utilized by several states historically, yes.
Okay, New York has utilized the provision, is that correct?
They are a state that has utilized the petition, yes.
And Maryland has utilized the petition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. EPA modeling for the Good Neighbor Plan, which almost every state relied on in developing their own Good Neighbor Plan, it shows contributions from Kentucky are impacting, I believe we said, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, and Connecticut. Was that correct, sir?
Modeling at the time, the Good Neighbor Plan was proposed and finalized, did show Kentucky impacting downwind states. Yes, that is what the EPA said.
Okay. We talked about Casper, and we noted that Casper was based on interstate contributions to non-attainment monitors for the ozone max. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Casper,
Mm-hmm.
and that was based on interstate contributions to non-attainment for the ozone max, correct?
Yes.
And that was for the 1997 ozone max, correct?
I'm not sure where 1997's coming in.
Actually, I think it was 2008. I actually messed that up.
Oh.
It was the 2008.
So Casper itself.
Casper was addressing the 2008 ozone max, correct?
Yes.
And it was also addressing particulate matter, National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Are you familiar with that as well, sir?
I'm familiar with particulate matter. As it relates to Casper itself and particulate matter, I'd have to rethink that. I don't know.
Does it refresh your memory to think that Casper was implementing the 1997 and 2006 particulate matter National Ambient Air Quality Standards, achieving attainment with those max?
I'm going to say I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Okay. Do you, let me ask you this. The original, are you familiar with the fact that the original Casper restricted both NOx and SO2 emissions? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And the NOx emissions are a precursor to ozone, correct?
Established earlier, yes.
Okay. Do you remember why the SO2 emissions were being regulated under Casper? Was it to comply with the PM max?
Now that you're saying that, I do recall, yes.
Okay. So so SO2 was controlled
Yes.
under Casper to comply with the PM max, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because SO2 is a precursor for fine particulate matter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that in February of 2024, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency issued a revised National Ambient Air Quality Standard for fine particulate matter?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. And the final rule revised the primary annual the fine particulate matter standard from, I think it was 12, and I haven't actually said, micrograms per cubic meter? It switched it from 9 to 12, or from 12 to 9, sorry. Do you remember what they changed the standard to, sir?
Yes, you got it correct.
Okay. So it's possible that a future transport obligation would not only address NOx or ozone non-attainment, but would also have to address this new PM standard, not any non-attainment from this new PM standard. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. I can break it apart. The transport rule is trying to achieve attainment with National Ambient Air Quality Standards, correct?
I mean, there can be multiple transport rules, but yes.
And we've talked about different iterations of the transport rule. But generally speaking, we can refer to Casper, Care, Good Neighbor, we can just generally refer to them as transport rules, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the transport rules are created to achieve attainment with different national ambient air quality standards, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when a national ambient air quality standard gets lowered, that triggers compliance, that can trigger a new transport rule to achieve compliance with that new NAAQS, correct?
I guess the key word in that sentence is can. Yes.
Yes.
It can, based on attainment issues, yes.
Correct. And so we have a new PM NAAQS, correct? We just walked through the new PM NAAQS?
If 2015 is your reference to new, then, or I'm sorry, 2024 is your reference to new, yes. PM at 9 micrograms per cubic meter,
Oh.
yes.
And there hasn't been a transport rule yet that has addressed that, correct?
There has not been a transport rule, nor has there been attainment designations.
Correct. So once those attainment designations are made, it could trigger a new transport rule for compliance with that PM NAAQS, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there could be a future transport obligation to reduce PM causing emissions too, correct?
Again, keyword in there, could, yes.
Yeah.
Could.
Okay, and generally speaking, gas-fired power plants, they emit a smaller amount of particulate matter than coal-fired power plants, is that correct?
I wouldn't say generally, I would say quantitatively, yes.
Okay, quantitatively. Quantitatively speaking, gas-fired power plants emit smaller amounts of sulfur dioxide than coal-fired power plants, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to switch to 111, okay?
Okay.
Okay. The company's baseline resource plan, that does not include compliance costs with section 111, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
The entire spectrum of scenarios in the IRP do incorporate compliance to the 111 rule and the costs. But the baseline is not that scenario.
Okay, so we walked through there was the 4 environmental scenarios. One environmental scenario had compliance with ozone NAAQS, ELGs, I believe you said the 2024, however you defined it, and then 111, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the compliance costs with 111 were not included in the baseline, correct? The baseline of
That
our
is
resource.
correct.
Okay. You were a witness in the 2002 CPCN case, which was case number 2002-00402, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And in that case, the company sought approval to retire Gent 2, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of the rationale for seeking that retirement was compliance costs associated with 111, is that correct?
I do not recall specifically compliance costs to 111
You don't remember?
in that case.
You don't remember?
In the 2022 CPCN case.
Did you consider carbon costs in your, when the company was recommending retirement of the Gent plant, the Gent 2 plant, I'm sorry, Gent 2 unit? Do you remember which regulations you utilized to support that recommendation, that recommended retirement?
Yes, I do recall some of that, yes.
Okay. And and are you telling me you don't remember?
I do not recall 111 being a basis. At the time, 111 was not proposed or final.
how about this? Carbon regulation in general.
I'm gonna have to say, I don't recall if carbon regulation was a driver for the retirement. I don't recall.
Okay. All right. The rules promulgated under Section 111D of the Clean Air Act could have significant implications for coal-fired units. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's with respect to existing generating units like the Gent. Is that correct?
The final 111D coal greenhouse gas rule impacts a unit like Gent, yes.
Okay. Under Section 111D, there are 4 subcategories for compliance. Is that correct, sir?
I think there's 3.
Well, let's walk through and see if we can
Okay,
count them up.
let's
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, would you agree that there is, one of the compliance pathways is, I'm gonna operate my plant past 2040, and if I decide to operate my plant past 2040, the plant would be required to, do carbon capture and sequestration technology. Do you remember that pathway, sir?
The 2024 rule was finalized with that pathway, yes.
Okay, so that's one of the pathways, correct? Okay, and I believe it is a 90% capture rate, is that correct, sir? 90% carbon capture and sequestration?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember do you know how much it would cost per metric ton to do this carbon capture and sequestration?
I do not, that is not my purview. The modeling team would have information regarding that.
Okay, so are you familiar with the fact that you previously estimated that cost to be $60 a metric ton?
In the context of the IRP, I'm not familiar with that, no.
Okay. Do you know how many metric tons of carbon Gent 2 emits?
I don't know as a memory test, we can answer that through a supplemental data request if necessary. It's publicly available.
Okay. All right, so subject to check, approximately 2.4 million metric tons?
Subject to check, sure.
Okay. If Gent had to comply with 111D, that would be in addition to compliance costs that we talked about for the the ozone NOx. Is that correct?
Yes.
They're not trick questions, I promise you.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you know the amortization period that the companies are proposing for the SCR on Gent 2?
No, I do not. That would be better suited to be answered by Mr. Seaborn or Mr. Wilson.
Do you think we could ask for that in a post-hearing data request?
I suppose so, yes.
Okay. So for carbon capture and sequestration, you also, are you familiar with the fact that the companies would have to pay for a storage of that carbon dioxide, sir?
Yes, the companies pay for their compliance programs. So whatever compliance requires, the company manages.
So if they were to have to comply with 111D, if they chose the 2040 pathway that we talked about, they would have to find some entity that could either use their carbon dioxide or transport it someplace else, correct? That doesn't find a storage spot for it.
CO2 would be a coal combustion residual, so to speak, that we would have to manage, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about another compliance pathway, okay?
Okay.
All right, is there a compliance pathway where a utility elects to retire the unit by 2040, but then co-fires it with natural gas? remember that one, sir?
Yes, I do. Thinking back, the final rule, I want to say they might have moved that retirement date up a year, but yes, the construct of 40% natural gas co-firing, yes,
Okay, so that's the second compliance pathway.
yes.
Okay.
And I can get myself to 4 at this point. now
Oh,
that
you
I'm
can?
thinking about it. But we'll see where you go.
I already had 4, so I think
Okay.
we're good.
All right.
So my third compliance pathway is you retire by 2035, and then you take a capacity factor limitation by 2030, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the fourth compliance pathway, you commit to retire by 2032, and essentially you just have to maintain your emissions with no backsliding, correct?
Let's step back through. So you got CCS, you got co-firing, you've got retire at 2032.
With no, with no emission reductions, you just can't
Yeah.
produce more.
And what was your fourth now?
2035, and then you take a capacity limitation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that, but 2035 retirement. Capacity factor limit.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm in agreement with that one, but,
Okay.
okay. Fourth would be to completely convert to natural gas.
But if the plant were to operate under 111D, the
Okay.
plants can operate past 2040, carbon capture and
Yeah,
sequestration is the pathway.
Yep,
And that would have costs.
yes,
And those costs would be in addition to the SCR costs.
yes,
Okay. Now, in this IRP, the baseline case, the companies don't include those compliance costs, correct?
the companies in the baseline to the IRP did not include 111B or 111D costs
Okay.
for greenhouse gas.
Okay, so this assumption essentially assigns $0 to comply with greenhouse gas regulations over the next 15 years, correct?
That assumption, as the baseline, is true, yes.
And because it assigns a $0 value, it assumes that essentially there's no compliance costs for any laws or regulations concerning greenhouse gases for the next 15 years, correct?
Yes, I'll go back to the construct that we chose 4 scenarios to address the entire spectrum of possibilities, from no new regulation to everything. And so, yes, I mean, we've addressed all the possibilities in this IRP over the 15-year planning horizon.
But in the baseline, sometimes referred to as the recommended resource
Yeah.
plan, the company had $0 to comply with 111B or D, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Ember has answered this question multiple times.
I know, I was just, at the end, he kind of threw in a different answer, so I was just kind of clarifying.
We're past 40 minutes. Yeah. and there has been a lot of just asking him whether or not he agrees with what the rules are, so.
If the companies had used a carbon tax as opposed to only including cost to comply with 111B and D, could that have acted as a proxy for any carbon law, any future carbon law?
At the time of the IRP, there was a final rule for greenhouse gases. It was prudent of the company to analyze the final rule, and that's what the company did. The entire spectrum of scenarios contemplate kind of that zero cost that you're talking about, all the way through very expensive costs that incorporate carbon capture and storage. So my professional opinion from a environmental compliance perspective is that the spectrum of scenarios we took at the time of the IRP are reasonable and prudent, and take out the construct of carbon tax, because that is within the overall spectrum of compliance evaluated.
And the plan that was, the baseline plan has $0 for carbon regulation. I know that this was asked and answered, so I'm just saying that you
Objection.
looked at compliance costs with 111, correct?
I need to rule an objection
Okay.
before we continue. What's your response to the objection?
I asked a question and he didn't answer it. I was just trying to get I asked a question. I said, if they had used a carbon tax, he didn't answer my question. And so I was trying to get an answer to my question.
And so you say not asked and answered.
Not asked and answered.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Ms. Henry acknowledged that she has asked this question and Mr. Ember has answered it. He's provided a sufficient response and I really don't see where we're going any further on this line of question.
Let's move along.
In addition to looking at compliance costs with 111, could the company have also looked at a carbon tax as another alternative, as another scenario?
The company can look at all kinds of scenarios. We welcome your feedback and we'll address various scenarios as we see fit in future IRP proceedings.
Did you review the staff's recommendation from the 2021 IRP?
Yes.
And what did do you remember what the staff said about a carbon tax?
Can I have that pulled up, please?
It's okay, we can, let's go to this. Have you ever heard of the term piecemealing?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. If a utility proposes to comply with one regulation, but not a second regulation, is it possible that a utility could only be analyzing a portion of the compliance costs?
Is there a question there? I'm sorry,
Is that,
I didn't hear.
okay,
I'm
when a
not sure.
utility, if a utility proposes to comply with one regulation, that's final, but not another regulation that is also finalized, could it only be analyzing a portion of the compliance costs, correct? Because they're not looking at the full compliance costs, because they're only looking at the cost for one rule, correct?
Yeah, I'm not following.
Let's say you have compliance costs, there's two final rules. One covers NOx emissions, one covers carbon emissions, correct?
Okay.
This is for the hypothetical.
Okay.
If the company only looks at the compliance costs to cover one rule, but not the cost to comply with the other rule, the company could be ignoring or only considering some of the compliance costs. Is that correct?
I suppose so, but I continue to suggest that the company evaluated in the IRP a full spectrum. And in this case, no new regulation, ozone NAX plus ELG, ozone NAX, ELG, and greenhouse gas rules. So the spectrum incorporates all of the possible iterations of rules in the planning period.
Okay. And then the final baseline plan, it has a preferred path forward, is that correct?
I don't know that I would use the word preferred path forward. It is a baseline based on what we thought was a reasonable and prudent evaluation of what regulations would be over the planning period of 15 years.
Are you familiar with the Plexos modeling the companies did to support the IRP?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this. In the Plexos modeling for the IRP, they evaluated 3 compliance options with regard to ozone NAX. Are you familiar with, did you help come up with the 3 compliance, and I can go through the 3 compliance options and see if you're familiar with them. Or are you familiar with the 3 compliance options?
For the purposes here, I will say no. I am not familiar with the 3 right this second. I would need to be reminded.
Okay. In the IRP, I believe that they had 3 compliance options. One of them was to add an SCR, sometimes called a selective catalytic reduction technology, to Gen 2. Are you familiar with that compliance option?
Yes.
Okay. Another compliance option was that they would not install the selective catalytic reduction technology, but they would not operate the plant during ozone season. Are you familiar with that compliance option?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar that they also considered retiring of the unit as a compliance option?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that those are the 3 compliance options that were considered in the IRP? For compliance
To the
with
best of
ozone-
my recollection, yes.
Okay.
I mean, as it relates to compliance, you know, you either put on controls or you don't operate the unit. So yes.
But the 3 that
Well,
I.
one is retire in total and one is not operate during the ozone season. So, I mean, either way, that's not operating the unit in my mind.
Okay. In the IRP, the companies did not evaluate whether converting Gent to run on natural gas without an SCR is an alternative. Is that correct?
In the IRP, so we evaluated, and I was involved in conversations about converting that unit to natural gas and what the impacts to compliance are. The record shows that simply converting that Gent unit to a natural gas unit does not mitigate the need for SCR going forward.
Okay. Did you review the report by Energy Futures Group that was attached to Sierra Club comments in this proceeding?
Yes.
And are you aware of in the EFG report, they talked about a number of plants that were originally fired with coal that were converted to gas that have achieved a NOx emission rate of 0.04 pounds per MMBTU on a daily average basis. Do you remember reading that in the report?
Yes, I remember seeing that in the report, and I dispute that data. I would like to see more information. I would say the EPA needs model does not agree with the NOx emission rates for those units.
Okay. Have you reviewed the Clean Air Markets database to determine if there are plants that were converted from coal-fired power plants to gas-fired power plants that were able to achieve emission rates targets for the company?
I have not necessarily studied CAMD on all of these units. Like I said, I went directly to the needs model, evaluated their performance there, and we did our own internal evaluations of converting units to natural gas in the past, and have determined that to achieve the standards of what was the Good Neighbor Plan, it is necessary to implement SCR on Gent 2.
Okay. And you're referring to the analysis that you did for Mill Creek, is that what I'm understanding, sir?
The company performed analysis of converting some coal units to natural gas. And I'm referencing those studies that were performed. It might have been on Mill Creek, it might have been on others.
Do you know which plants it looked at, sir?
I do not recall off my head. It would be in the record from other proceedings.
Do you know when the study was completed?
It was some, I don't know. No.
Do you know who performed the study?
I think I do, but I'm going to say I don't recall.
Can you produce the study in a post-hearing data request?
I mean, these have been produced in proceedings in the past.
If you'd like to ask the post-hearing data request, we can certainly respond to it.
Do you know? You don't know. You don't know who did the study? Was it done internally?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Ember has stated multiple times that he is not familiar with these reports off the top of his head.
I believe he has answered.
Okay. There was a final report created.
Objection, Your Honor.
Was there? I don't know. Was there a report created, sir?
These reports have been produced for previous proceedings.
I'm sorry, I wasn't in them.
Okay.
I just,
Why don't you just request anything
I
that you're
did.
looking for and record
Okay.
that?
yeah,
But if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
okay. When you have a report, do you do any quality assurance after, if there is a final report and it comes to a conclusion, do you do any quality assurance to verify the findings?
I did not produce the report.
If you rely on a report, is there internally for the companies, if there's a report that's produced, do you do any quality assurance to check the conclusions?
Yes.
Okay. What is the typical quality assurance process?
That is not in my responsibility.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, sir.
Thank you. And moving on to, let's see, Mr. Spinner, do you have questions?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Okay. And then to joint intervener.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions. How are you this afternoon, Mr. Ember?
Just fine, thank you.
Good. I don't think this will take too long. Actually, I think Ms. Henry covered a lot of it. Just a couple of quick follow-ups. Just to confirm, going back to the different scenarios that were evaluated from an environmental perspective only, since that's your expertise, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You evaluated the no new regulations, and just to be clear, that not only does not include any new regulations going forward, it assumes that certain regulations that are in place today go away for one reason or another, correct?
Yeah, that assumes that the NACs and the ELG and the greenhouse gas rule from 2024 timeframe
Okay.
were not applicable for compliance.
Okay. And the company's recommended resource plan in the IRP, you're familiar with that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that recommended resource plan was based on the ozone NACs plus ELG scenario, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That scenario, the recommended resource plan, assumed no greenhouse gas regulations.
Correct.
Okay. How likely do you think it is that for the next 15 years there will be no greenhouse gas regulations? Either the current ones or some future version. Is that a scenario that you view as likely?
At the time of the IRP, that was a reasonable assumption.
Okay. Could you refer to the response to Attorney General question 1-7? I think Mr. Lovecamp will pull that up for you. Let me know when you see that one.
I see question 7. Yep. Yep.
This question asks about the impacts of the recent election results, correct? Take a minute to make sure I'm not glossing over anything. There's a lot of words there, but that's the gist of the question as I understand it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. That you'd agree that's generally the gist of the question, the impact of the recent change in administration?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And scrolling down to the company's response, and specifically the very last paragraph on the second page, could you just read that first sentence?
Which sentence?
The first sentence of the very last paragraph of the
Okay.
company's
Starts
response.
with regardless?
Yes. Yes.
Regardless of the presidential administration, comma, the EPA is obligated to manage the NACs program and the attainment process for each standard, comma, inclusive of PM and ozone, comma, which are both challenging for Kentucky and a risk for the company's ongoing operations.
So reasonable to assume that some version of the ozone NACs 2015 Good Neighbor Plan, however you want to term it, is likely to stick around or come back. You still agree?
Yes, I
That's what you
agree. The
responded.
EPA is obligated to drive attainment to the 2015 ozone standard, and the good neighbor provision is a primary tool for reducing emissions.
Okay, and could you continue where you left off with the next sentence in that response?
That's the also regardless?
Yes.
Okay. Also regardless of the presidential administration, comma, the EPA is obligated to finalize Clean Air Act Section 111 greenhouse gas standards for new and existing electric generating units.
Would you still agree that it's a reasonable assumption that there will be no greenhouse gas regulations for the next 15 years after reading your response there?
Greenhouse gas rules and the future of greenhouse gas rules are highly speculative. And the record also contains language from the Supreme Court emergency stay ruling, which highlights, the speculation of greenhouse gas rules going forward. So from an overall perspective in the IRP, in evaluating an entire portfolio of scenarios, we took into consideration the entire spectrum.
Okay. Changing gears just a little bit to a different topic I don't think Ms. Henry covered with you, the mercury or toxic standard, that was another rule that was updated recently, correct? Or MATS? Okay. On that one, I believe the current administration has, you know what, never mind that question, just basic question about how MATS operates, because I've always been somewhat confused, to be honest. The standard was lowered from 0.03 pounds per million BTU to 0.01 pounds per million BTU, correct? In the update, the most recent update to the MATS standard.
I will caveat that to the standard is for particulate matter as a surrogate to mercury.
Thank you, yes. Units are important as well as what we're actually measuring. That 0.01 pounds per million BTU, that's on a 30-day rolling average, right?
To the best of my recollection, I would have to go back and double check. I don't recall exactly.
So you may not know the answer either off the top of your head, and that's fine. I've just always found it somewhat confusing. If it's a 30-day rolling average, you have particulate matter SIMs, or continuous emissions monitors, right, on all of your coal units?
Yes, we have been proactive with continuous emissions monitoring systems in our system, yes.
And the PM SIMs measure, they'll give you a reading at least every hour, so you have an hourly measure of what the particulate matter is coming out of the stack, right?
We have continuous emissions monitoring systems, yes.
Okay. And if you have a 30-day rolling standard, say for MATS, would that be updated every hour of every day to include so on hour 20 of the day, say, would it include the previous 19 hours as well as the 29 days before that and the 4 hours of the first day, or is it like averaged over the course of the day and then you average those 30 days?
You're getting into granularity of part 60, that I just...
That's fine.
The staff addresses.
I don't know either off the top of my head. I was hoping you might. But you do have PM SIMs, they measure hourly. You also have SIMs for NOx and SO2 on all of your units?
On all of our coal units, yes.
Okay, so if we ask for hourly data, that should be able to be provided for those pollutants?
I believe the record contains hourly data, but I may be mixing records. I don't recall.
Follow up post hearing on that because I was a little confused. We in Joint Intervenors 126, and these aren't for Mr. Beller responded to them because they included a suite of different data, but we asked for data for the past 3 years on things including NOx, PM, and SO2. That was provided annually, which met the request, but we followed up in JI 219C, if that could be pulled up. And recognizing this wasn't yours, so fair to say if you don't know the answer, but just for reference. So, DC 219 from the Joint Intervenors there?
I see the question.
Okay. Part C asked for the data from 126, and I'll hopefully we can just agree and not have to pull up 126, but P through S is that emissions data on an hourly basis. And then the company's response says that there are 2 attachments being provided, one that gave monthly data for P through S, and another that gave hourly data for other things.
Yeah, I remember this.
Okay. That monthly data, you could provide hourly data instead though, correct? I was looking at our data request specifically and did not find that hourly data.
Can you go back up to what the question was? Yeah, I suppose, on a post-hearing data.
And I can talk to council afterwards about the most appropriate way to resolve if there is missing information there, either through a post-hearing data request. I just wanted to verify that could be provided if it was requested.
And this was how many years?
Oh, I don't know that I think past 3 years.
Well,
we can limit
maybe
it
that
to
was the problem. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe we didn't have any.
How far back do you keep hourly data?
I don't know.
Okay.
Record retention policies.
Understood. And permit record keeping.
Which is a function of record retention.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to clarify that. I just have one other set of questions really quickly. This deals with the Louisville area specifically. Are you familiar with Louisville, Kentucky, formerly Indiana, ozone non-attainment area? I can break that down. For the 2015 ozone standard, certain counties in Kentucky, around Louisville, and in Indiana were designated non-attainment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Certain counties in Kentucky are still designated non-attainment for the 2015 ozone NAAQS, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Because they continue to be non-attainment, 4 years since designation, no, more than that at this point. Some number of years since the original designation, they get bumped up to more stringent levels of ozone non-attainment, right?
Yes.
So they started at marginal and then got bumped up to moderate non-attainment?
Yes.
Okay. And now, because they failed to attain last year, I guess they're at risk of being bumped up to, those counties being bumped up to serious non-attainment, right?
Yes, that is the process.
Okay. And that brings extra requirements. I think even at the moderate level, it would include reasonably available control technologies as one of the requirements for a moderate non-attainment area.
I would agree.
Okay. And RACT for coal units would include, and the only coal units within the non-attainment area, to be clear, are the Mill Creek units, right?
The only coal units in the LG&E and KU fleet in
Sure.
Jefferson County are the Mill Creek units.
Understanding you can't testify as to whether any other utilities may have coal units somewhere else in the non-attainment area. The only ones you operate.
Or other operators.
Yeah. Okay. The only LG&E or KU coal units within the non-attainment area are the Mill Creek units, right?
That is true.
Okay. And RACT, to your understanding, it's a case-by-case determination, right?
Generally, yes.
For coal units, though, more than likely would include installation and operation during the ozone season of SERs.
The record is clear of that, yes.
Okay. And my question is, so Unit 1 stopped operating at this point, correct?
Correct.
Unit 2 is still operating, but doesn't have SERs.
Unit 2 still has a applicable Title V permit to operate, and it does not have an SCR.
Okay.
Considered
But
compound.
it's planned to retire within the next, by 2028, correct?
The CPCN hearing that we were talking about previously, as well as the Title V
I should clarify,
construction
in the
permit.
context of the IRP, Mill Creek is still assumed to retire by 2028.
At the time of submitting the IRP, the answer is yes.
Okay. If it operated beyond 2028, it was assumed that it would have to install SCRs.
Yeah, I don't recall in the IRP whether or not that was
Just generally, if
contemplated.
it were to operate beyond 2028, it would likely have to install SCR, correct?
I contend that to comply with the 2015 ozone standards, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, it is prudent, proper, and necessary to have an SCR on a coal-fired power plant in the state of Kentucky.
And more specifically within the non-attainment area.
And more specifically in the non-attainment area.
Okay. Units 3 and 4 do have SCRs, correct?
Correct.
Are those currently, well, let me ask, we heard testimony earlier, and forgive me, I forget who exactly it was. There are certain costs to operate SCRs, correct? The catalyst needs to be replaced periodically, correct?
Yeah, by all means, there are costs to operate facilities, yes.
Okay, and you need reactant, I think ammonia at Mill Creek to operate the SCRs?
SCRs have reagents and ancillary equipment that cost to operate,
Okay.
yes.
And it costs less to operate those units then if the SCRs aren't being operated.
Can you rephrase the question, please, or repeat the question?
Units with SCRs, even with the SCR, would cost less to operate if the SCRs are not being utilized. The unit can be run without the SCR, correct? Forgetting the permit, just in the abstract engineering sense, a unit with SCR installed can be run without the SCR being run.
In the abstract, forgetting the Title V permits, yes, units could operate without an SCR, theoretically.
Even if they have an SCR installed?
Even if the SCR is there,
Okay.
yes.
And then it would cost more to operate that unit with the SCR running than without the SCR running.
Incrementally, yes. I mean,
Okay.
there are reagents that come with operation of an SCR. So,
And-
and reagents cost money, yes.
And where on the catalyst increases the more often you use it.
That is true.
Okay. Is the SCR at Mill Creek 3 and 4, or are the SCRs at Mill Creek 3 and 4 operated consistently during the summer right now?
The SCRs at Mill Creek are operated consistently annually.
Annually? At all times?
I'll say the SCRs operate in compliance with our Title V permit.
Okay.
Do they operate at all times? It's possible they go below the minimum load to operate because of dispatch issues. But you know, those really are issues that Mr. Tomlin should answer. But our general philosophy is to operate the environmental controls on our systems applicably, yes.
Does the Title V permit for Mill Creek 3 and 4 require constant operation of the SCRs?
No, there is not an emission rate for NOx that requires constant operation of the SCR.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
So, Steph?
Gentleman Simber, I think as I've been trying to go through all these questions, much of what we had to ask was already discussed. But what I would like to actually do, now that we've done a lot of sort of specific conversations around regulations and requirements, is take a step back and let's talk just about timelines. What are the current major regulatory compliance rules that you have to operate, that LG and EKU have to operate under? So like the 2015 acts, what are those? Just can you name just sort of federally, just the general lists?
I mean, I would like to pull up Section 8 of the IRP, which is all the environmental compliance issues. You got like acid rain, you got...
So for the no new I guess I'm just asking about the no new regulation scenario that you modeled. When you did that, right, then on top of that you just added the Good Neighbor Plan and the ELG and the GHG rules, right, in the different scenarios. So for the no new regulations portfolio, those rules that are involved, we don't have to go through the list of those. When did, let's just take the NACS, that's been the most sort of thing. When did the NACS rule that you currently have to operate under get finalized? Right? When did that standard get finalized? And again, this is the best year recollection.
Yeah, the Casper rule that we are operating under today, I believe, subject to check,
yes,
is a 2022
Okay.
version, subject to check.
Subject to check, and that is based on attainment, or that is based on attaining the 2015 standards.
It is based on attaining the 2008 standard.
The 2008 standards.
Correct. We
Okay.
operate to comply with the 2008 standard today.
And so to attain the 2015 standards would have been the 2023 rule that was stayed.
That is correct, which
Okay.
was a federal implementation plan, yes. A
Right.
fit. Yep,
So
for like
that's-
23 states.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they upgraded a bunch of states and
Yeah.
went from group 2 to group 3, and so.
Yeah.
But for our purposes here,
Yep.
you are still operating under attaining the 2008 standards currently.
We are operating with NOx allocations.
Yes.
That are in place to drive the 2008 standard, yes.
Okay. So how long have you been with the companies doing environmental regulation?
I went into the environmental department in, I want to say 2016.
Okay.
Prior to that, I was in our project engineering organization all the way back to 2001, doing environmental related and new generation related projects.
So generally speaking, in your experience, when a new rule is proposed by EPA, how long does it take for that process to become finalized and for compliance staff to, for you to have to change your behavior to comply with it? How long is that sort of process from notification to implementation?
It varies. Once something hits the Federal Register proposed, it can be a year, maybe less, for it to be final. And then compliance could be some time later. It's very variable. It's
So
some uncertainty.
Can we limit it then just to talk about the air quality standards?
Okay.
So for the 2015 standards, the rule was originally, when was the rule originally proposed? And again, just rough year.
Yeah, so the 2015 standard it was finalized in 2015. So
Correct.
it's 70
But
parts per
you
billion.
didn't have to change your
Well,
operating standards
the
for that.
NACS program, so, and perhaps we're mixing
Okay, and that might be,
things.
and I apologize if
Yeah.
I'm being inartful.
But yeah, so the NACS program, has a timeline for achieving
Correct.
the standard. In this case, 70 parts per billion, right, for ozone, ground level ozone. Once the standard is finalized, there's a period of data evaluation to determine attainment. There's, the state proposes its attainment status, the EPA rules on the attainment status, and, this just kind of, it's a multi-yeared process. It's cumbersome. On top of that, then becomes once attainments are made, the cross-state air pollution rule or good neighbor provision aspects to drive those attainments. So, this starts all the way back in 2015, and we're dealing with things today. I will suggest the rule required moderate attainment in 2026, which is why the Good Neighbor Plan from 2023 had SCR implementation starting in 2026.
So, all of this is really just to ask the baseline question. When you're doing your long-term planning in the IRP, and you're talking about the preferred scenario being the NACS rule plus an ELG rule, what is the sort of, since neither of those new rules have quite yet been finalized. When do you expect under the IRP to, you know, in that sort of 15-year period through 2039, for that to actually take effect? Right, did you have any thought, or did you just?
With the,
So,
with which?
well, if I don't misunderstand, when you modeled for the IRP, you were given 4 scenarios, right? The no new ozone rules, there's the ozone rules plus ELG, and then the ozone rules plus ELG and greenhouse gas rules, right? And I believe that you selected in the scenario as the most likely to be the ozone rules plus the ELG rules. At some point, since neither of those are yet implemented in a way that sort of is finalized, right? It's being stated, poured, there's challenges. When in the sort of planning period do you expect for compliance to be required?
So at the time of the IRP,
Yes.
in October of 2024,
Yes.
the Good Neighbor Plan was still applicable. The Good Neighbor Plan had NOx reductions starting in 2026.
Correct.
Commensurate directly with Gent 2 to be based on emission rate of an SCR on the unit. So the Good Neighbor Plan was giving Gent 2 NOx allocations to operate with an SCR. So that SCR was, you know, we would want to get an SCR in as soon as possible to protect our bank and NOx allocations. And I think we were looking at 2028 to have that SCR in place in the IRP process.
Okay. Under the current regulations, are you required to operate an SCR on Gen 2?
Under the construct of the 2015 ozone NACs, SCR is reasonably achievable control technology. We believe that Gent 2 needs to operate with an SCR to ensure flexible operation in the ozone season going forward.
Okay.
There's uncertainty about NOx allocations going forward.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Sorry, I was trying to not ask too many foundational things here moving forward. Chair, I think that's all we have.
Okay. Commissioner? And I don't have questions either. Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm asking if there's any reason why this witness couldn't be excused. Okay, you're excused, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And counsel for applicant can call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Lana Isaacson.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
Lana Isaacson at 820 West Broadway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon, Ms. Isaacson.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed?
I'm LG&E and KU.
And what is your job title?
It's Manager of Energy Efficiency Programs.
Did you sponsor in this proceeding responses to certain data requests?
I did.
The witness is now available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, and Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr.
No
Stewart?
questions, Your Honor.
Joint over yours.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Isaacson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Cassandra McCrae. I should just have a few questions for you on behalf of the joint interveners.
Very good.
You may have heard yesterday, we're looking for someone to talk to about avoided cost assumptions. Okay. If we could, I'd like to first take us back to how this looked in the 2021 IRP, and then we'll roll forward to this IRP. But at the time that you undertook the 2021 IRP, am I right to recall that the most recent potential studies you had at that time were from 2016 and 2017.
So to maybe put a little bit of clarification on 2021,
Please.
I was not in my current role during that, so I did not participate in the 2021 IRP development. But to get to a little bit of the data that was available, we had in April of 2021 the demand response potential study, in addition to the two that you mentioned.
So you're familiar with the 2016 potential study?
Correct.
Okay, and that one related to energy efficiency potential?
It's energy efficiency on different segments, industrial and then commercial and residential.
Okay, and then the 2017 potential study,
That was the 2016 and 2017. One broke it into residential and commercial, the other one into industrial, all
Thank you.
energy efficiency.
thank you, okay. In those 2016, 2017 energy efficiency potential studies, you're aware that the avoided capacity cost value used was $0?
That's correct.
After the 2021 IRP was created, there was a 2022 cross-sector energy efficiency potential update to the 2016 and 27 vintage potential studies, right?
That is correct.
In that 2022 cross-sector potential study, it did not update the avoided cost values from the 2016 and 2017 potential studies, correct?
That is correct.
So it was still $0 avoided capacity cost.
That is correct.
Okay. That 2022 cross-sector potential study update was offered into evidence in the 2022 CPCN proceeding, I believe sponsored by you. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
Since the conclusion of that proceeding up to the development of the 2024 IRP, am I correct that there was not another potential study?
That is correct. It is currently underway.
Thank you. Currently underway. Am I recalling correctly, you're no longer with Cadmus, you're using Resource Innovations?
Resource Innovations is a current vendor performing that work.
Is there a reason you switched from Cadmus?
Just a competitive RFP process.
And was there discussion among your team or the IRP team more broadly about attempting to do a potential study in advance of the 2024 IRP?
No. October being the IRP for 2024, no, that we were not planning to do it specific for the 2024 IRP.
So going into the 2024 IRP, the most recent completed potential studies you had were ones that used a $0 capacity cost, avoided capacity cost value.
For energy efficiency.
Yes.
But the 2021 demand response one, which was not zero.
Quite right, quite right. You know, I'm focusing on the energy efficiency
Okay.
potential studies. Put demand response to the side for a moment. So yeah, just specific to the energy efficiency potential, going into the 2024 IRP, the most recent energy efficiency potential study you had would have used $0 avoided capacity cost.
That is correct. Now, the in between that is, of course, our filing, which has now become our DSM program, which does have a large amount of programs, despite a $0 memo that was used, capacity, avoided capacity number.
Let's drill down just a little bit on that if we could. So you're talking there about the cause number 2022-00402,
Correct.
CPCN and DSM combined proceeding. Okay, and though the potential study supporting your evidence in that case used a $0 capacity cost assumption. To do your cost benefit screening for your DSM plan, you did update that avoided capacity cost.
That is absolutely correct.
Do you recall the actual avoided capacity cost assumption that you used to develop that 2024 to 2030 DSM plan?
Just without decimal places, $136 per KW year was used in the initial submittal for the filing.
Thank you. And that 136 roughly KW per year, you noted that was the initial filing. It increased or was adjusted later in that proceeding, correct?
It was, that is correct.
Do you recall the amount it was increased to?
It's not a take 136 and do a comparison because it's not a singular number on the rerun. The rerun was based on a matrix looking at demand response avoided capacity and then energy efficiency avoided capacity. And then it was also on the demand response, the year of capacity need, energy efficiency, the year of the program. So it's a cross matrix that's not a singular number. And I don't know the weighted average number.
I see. Is the, and to confirm, I'm hearing the same things you're saying. You're talking about sort of discounting avoided costs over time.
The means of how it's done is not my department, so I don't want to give that information.
Well, that break down for me, what do you think that table is doing of different years when a program could come online and different avoided values? What is that table trying to represent?
For us, it represents the value we should use in cost effectiveness and potential studies.
And that it matters the time of the program and how the cost of capacity is discounted across that time.
It matters for us to use the correct information as provided by generation planning.
And they give you, generation planning gives you the table.
That is correct.
All right, you don't question the table.
I do not. We are the recipient of that table, the tables to use for our purposes in DSM.
Would you agree with me that capacity, energy capacity is never free?
In which aspect are you looking at that? Are you just generally speaking?
Just generally speaking, yeah. So you could think about it in the context, for instance, of conversations yesterday with Mr. Wilson, for instance, if that's helpful.
I mean, I don't work on securing capacity, so if that's what he said, you should use the information he provided.
Would you think it was odd if you got a table with avoided cost values of 0?
Well, we did get $0 in a prior period.
And did you turn around and ask the generation planning group, why are these zeros?
That was not a role that I had at that time, so, but for information purposes, I know that number was utilized.
So I've been focusing on avoided capacity costs. You're familiar with other avoided cost inputs that can be used for demand side management cost effectiveness screening, yes?
We use avoided energy.
You also use avoided energy. You're aware that there are additional inputs that can be used for cost effectiveness testing of demand side programs beyond capacity and energy, yes?
What would be examples that you're referring to?
Any of the examples listed, for instance, in the California Standard Practice Manual for cost effectiveness testing? Are you familiar with that manual?
I am. Are you referring to net benefits or anything like that, or what would be a specific example?
Sure. So the Standard Practice Manual, if you're familiar, it outlines 4 cost effectiveness tests. Okay. Each of those cost effectiveness tests has certain avoided cost inputs.
Okay.
Some of those tests include avoided cost inputs beyond energy and capacity. Can you tell me what any of those additional inputs would be?
Well, in the area, we call it net benefits. I believe that's what it's called there as well. So it could be O&M costs, could be an example.
You don't use, though, an avoided O&M cost in your total resource cost test screening for DSM programs.
If it's applicable, then we do use a value, a number, through our outsourced vendor, of course, but it is a low number.
It is an input to cost effectiveness testing,
Correct.
yes? Okay, thank you. It's also important for cost effectiveness testing to have fuel cost assumptions? Yes?
Fuel costs leading into the avoided capacity and avoided energy?
Yeah, there's an avoided fuel cost component of some of the standard cost effectiveness tests, correct?
That I don't recall that being the case.
To the extent of your knowledge, what were the avoided fuel cost assumptions in the 2022 cross-sector energy efficiency potential study update?
That I don't know. I can't say that that's even part of the formula in which test, so I don't know a value.
And part of that is because you're not yourself responsible for cost effectiveness testing?
No, that is done by our partner that we hire at the time, and Cadmus was the one at doing that calculation.
So you don't yourself create the inputs for cost effectiveness testing, that's done by generation, and you don't yourself run the cost effectiveness testing, you need to shop that out to a third party?
That is correct.
Okay. And you also don't directly implement many of your DSM programs, right? Those are largely implemented by a third party as well?
What would you define as implement?
I would define as implement the process of attracting and enrolling eligible customers as participants in any given program.
We use vendors for most of our programs. Implementation and outreach could be some of their roles, but for most of our programs, we do have a vendor involved.
Thinking again about the cost effectiveness tests that you have another expert run, those cost effectiveness tests, you're aware that they would include values for avoided transmission expenses, right?
Correct.
And they would include values for avoided distribution expenses, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. They could include values for avoided environmental compliance costs, correct?
Which test do you refer for that inclusion to be part of the calculation?
I hadn't specified one. Let's say the utility cost test.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. The cost effectiveness testing was not part of the 2024 IRP, so I failed to see the relevance to this proceeding.
Yeah, happily. I don't dispute the fact that cost effectiveness information was not provided on the face of the IRP. More the point I'm driving at is that it could have been, should have been a more meaningful part of the planning process, and to try to get a sense of the, like, what's the numbers, what's the knowledge, what's the state of thinking now on possible avoided cost values for the sort of analysis that we all agree did not happen.
Staff, you have a position?
I think generally speaking, whether or not a program was included is fine. I don't know that drilling down if it hasn't been done is as relevant, but certainly making an argument about whether or not the amount should be included in the IRP is certainly a criticism.
Okay, with those parameters, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Isaacson, I think I had specified, under a utility cost test, could an input for avoided environmental compliance costs be a component of the formula? Do you know the answer to that question? It's fine. If the answer is you don't know, that's fine too.
Yeah, in our tests, I'm not aware of that being included. Now, just to clarify, with respect to the IRP, avoided capacity is not used in the development of the IRP. So that is the
these, if you want to continue to ask questions, certainly fine, but in the development of the 2024 IRP and prior ones, to my knowledge, this has not been an aspect included.
Okay. And that's because avoided capacity costs are relevant not to the modeling that the supply side folks are doing. It's relevant to demand side cost effectiveness screening. Do I understand you correctly?
It's in the IRP, we're in planning phase, and we use the avoided capacity, avoided energy in the cost effectiveness testing and potential study, of which that is not a function of the IRP development.
I'm sorry, you're telling me that cost effectiveness screening is not a part of your planning?
For the IRP, we do not do program design and look at cost effectiveness. We are putting forth a forecast of what demand side management can provide into that IRP period.
In order to know the cost effectiveness of demand side savings potential, you need a cost effectiveness screen, don't you?
We would have our potential study that we use, and then any other market research. And in the purpose of the 2024 IRP, we have enhancements to existing programs that had already gone through cost effectiveness. And so the assumption was, with an enhancement, they too will be cost effective.
And you are aware that the IRP regulation on its face does require every IRP to include a description and discussion of all options considered for inclusion in the plan, including demand-side management programs not already in place.
Objection, Your Honor. This is specifically part of the IRP, and I don't know that we need to rehash it. It was included in the company's filing.
Response?
I'm surprised to be rehashing it myself, so I do to an extent share counsel's question there. I'm just looking for a clear record on this. I think the witness just told me that they don't analyze programs as part of the IRP planning. That happens as some separate part of the plan. And I just wanted to understand, how does that fit when the regulation literally says?
I think she said they're enhancing programs that they had already done a cost effectiveness study for.
Right, yeah. And I was just wondering if anything beyond that, or just those program enhancements, not new programs not already in place.
I think she answered.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, move. Thank you. Just briefly on thinking of programs, program enhancements. Program design is an important input to cost effectiveness testing or screening. Would you agree?
It is correct.
Okay. It's also possible to iterate cost effectiveness screening based on different program parameters. Yes?
Maybe rephrase that. I'm not entirely sure what you mean
How
by
about I give you,
iterate.
yeah, I'll give you a concrete example. And I'll try to break it down as much as possible, understanding that you yourself don't know the model that I'll be trying to speak with you about DS Moore. In DS Moore, if you have a rebate program, you would have to provide an input for the percentage of the rebate. Are you aware of that?
In any program design, you need to have that information, not just specific to DS Moore. That would be an input to do cost effectiveness.
Right, thank you. And so you could change that input and possibly have a different cost effectiveness score result, correct?
That is correct. You could change multiple variables. That is correct.
So changing the program design parameters insofar as they are direct inputs to cost effectiveness tests can change the cost effectiveness of a program.
That is correct.
It is not as though a utility could look at the, say, a rebate program in a nebulous sense and decide this is or is not cost effective. You need to think about each particular aspect of the design of that program, right?
That is correct.
And is it your goal in working with your cost effectiveness modeler to iterate in that fashion of having them for a single program model cost effectiveness of a range of different design variations?
It's not just a goal, it's what we practice to do. That is something we did in the 2022 CPCN and DSM filing. And that, you probably remember, that's the company's largest DSM and EE portfolio that we put together from a budget and a program standpoint. And we really pushed to try to get as much as possible. So we are working under that today and had to do that to make sure that we had everything that we could put forward in our filing.
And at the time, you supported that by noting that it was a level consistent with your 2017 and 2016 potential studies that used $0 avoided capacity cost values, correct?
Restate that, please.
Sure. The portfolio programs you're talking about, the 2024 to 2030 plan, at the time, my recollection of your testimony in support of those programs was that you knew you were going after the potential that was there because the level you were pursuing was consistent with achievable potential from your 2016 and 2017 potential studies. Do you recall that testimony?
We had that as a benchmark, and really the task was to do as much as possible.
And the benchmark that you used, again, was $0 avoided capacity costs.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Withdrawn. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. So now we are, where are we? Everybody but staff?
Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Ms. Isaacson, my name's John West. I'm staff attorney with the Public Service Commission. If we could take a look at IRP Volume 1, Section 8 at 21, and I believe that's PDF page 106 of 135. You there? I just had a general question for you. It looks like there are two programs that are to begin in 2025, peak time rebates and residential online audits and rebates. Can you provide us with an update of those two programs?
Sure, both of those have gone live. They went live in, I don't know the exact date, but sometime in February. So both of those programs are in the public and currently being enrolled by customers.
Are there any updates regarding the program design process? Well, I'm sorry, let me take a step back. Let's look at the LG&E KU performance, the cost benefit analysis done by the measures, the DSM advisory group, which I believe is also in there. I think that's the section below. And can you give us any updates regarding the program design process?
For the 3 enhancements that are listed?
Yes.
Yeah. We have not started the design work on those. The goal is to start that towards the end of this year. And then we will be looking at putting those into as pilots. And the target is for 2026 for potential deployment.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Nothing from me. No from me. Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? You're excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Isaacson, and call the next witness.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. LG&E KU call Shannon Montgomery.
Ms. Montgomery, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Shannon Montgomery, my business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, took me a second, Louisville, Kentucky 40223.
Hope that's the hardest question.
All right, me too.
Council, you may ask.
Good afternoon, Ms. Montgomery.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed?
LG&E and KU Energy Services.
And what is your job title?
I'm Vice President of Customer Services.
Did you sponsor responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Your Honor, the witness is available for questions.
Okay, and so Sierra Club,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Snark?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. We have questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And we'll go through kind of some foundational things. If you don't hear me, just tell me.
Okay,
If you don't understand a question, just tell me.
will do.
Okay. And if you don't know the answer to a question, just say, I don't know the answer.
All right.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you for any legal opinions.
Okay.
I just want your knowledge as an employee of LG&E and KU, the service company. In this instance, you did provide responses to certain requests for information. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, unlike other proceedings, in this instance, you were not called upon to pre-file direct testimony, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So with regard to your title as Vice President of Customer Services, I would just like for you to take a minute, not even a minute, take the amount of time you need to provide a summary of what you do as Vice President of Customer Services, specifically as it relates to customer classifications.
Okay. Well, generally speaking, over customer services, I have three broad groups. One is customer programs that includes the DSM group that you just talked to. I also have meter to cash, which is basically all things we need to bill the customer. And I have customer service, which is call centers, that sort of thing. With regard to customer classification, we maintain that in the billing system to ensure appropriate and correct billing.
Okay, all right. So, are you familiar with the tariffs of Kentucky Utilities Company?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the tariffs of Louisville Gas and Electric Company?
The same, yes, generally speaking.
So, in very general terms, for example, and I'm going to use Kentucky Utilities Company's tariffs as the go-by, and if you are going to ask your council and your team to pull the tariffs up, that's perfectly fine. But I think we can do this in general terms.
Okay.
Are you aware that the standard rate schedules for Kentucky Utilities Company includes a rate schedule for residential service?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that the Kentucky Utilities Company's rate schedules include a residential time of day energy service?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the Kentucky Utilities Company's rate schedules include a residential time of day demand service?
Yes.
Okay. So, in the hypothetical, a person who would otherwise qualify, a person who qualifies for residential service would seemingly have the option to select service under one of three tariffs, and that's provisions. That's assuming that the tariffs are all open.
That's correct.
Okay. So, does the company, if you have a customer who comes in and the tariff's open and say, I want service under residential time of day, does the company say, okay? Or would the company ever refuse a residential customer assuming the tariff's open? And the customer otherwise qualifies? Would the company ever refuse service under a tariff that was otherwise available?
I can't think of a reason why we would.
Okay. So, with regard to those choices that are made by the residential customers, is it a general rule or is it a general expectation that the customer is going to take service under a tariff which the customer believes will be most advantageous concerning that customer's use of energy?
I would say that that's a reasonable assumption.
Okay. So, would you expect for those three customer groups, residential service, residential time of day, and residential time of day demand, would you, if you have an opinion, residential time of day energy service, residential time of day demand service, and residential service, that those customer groups, those three customer groups might have different energy usage patterns over time?
They may. I mean, the theory is the time of day rates do incent different usage behavior.
Okay. So with regard to Kentucky Utilities Company's tariffs, there's also a tariff provision for volunteer fire department service. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, and if it's too granular, we'll move on. But I think we can do this through just the questioning. And so with regard to the language that's in and the tariff speaks for itself, but with regard to the language in the company's tariffs for volunteer fire department service, it states availability, and I'm going to ask for the indulgence that you would take this subject to check. Availability. Available for single-phase delivery in accordance with the provisions of KRS 278.172 to any volunteer fire department qualifying for aid under KRS 95A.262. Service under this rate schedule is at the option of customer, with customer determining whether service will be provided under this schedule or any other schedule applicable to this load. Will you accept that language subject to check?
Sure.
Okay, so the point to make under this, we'll make the assumption on our hypothetical that a volunteer fire department is eligible for service under the VFD schedule, but there's also language that says service at this schedule is at, in general terms, service under this schedule is at the option of the customer, with the customer depending whether service will be provided under this schedule or any other schedule. So as I'm reading that, does that seem as though for a volunteer fire department that they could determine whether or not to take service under the VFD schedule, or they also could be taking service under some other schedule? Does that sound your understanding of how the tariff works?
Yes.
Okay. So switching gears for just a moment, if you have a hypothetical customer, a potential customer that was a 400 megawatt data center, if you have an opinion on the subject, what would be the possible tariffs under which such a customer might take service?
To get definitive answers, I would prefer to defer to Mr. Conroy on specific rates that would apply.
Okay. And this is, and I apologize because this is my confusion on it, is say that there's one thing to say that something's a rate, okay? There's another thing to say something is the tariff provision under which the service is taken. I think I parse those out as two different things. And if this is not your subject, we'll defer to Mr.
Okay.
Conroy.
Okay.
But in terms of the potential customer of this hypothetical 400 megawatt data center comes in and says, and asks, we're interested in signing up for service. what are our service options? Is that a conversation that the person would have with you and your function, or is that a conversation the service, that, for where we're here today, that might have with Mr. Conroy?
Our key account managers are, if it's a new customer, it's gonna be an economic development discussion, and that would be Mr. Bevington as the appropriate responder to that. If it's a general rate question, then I would say it's Mr. Conroy as the appropriate responder to that.
Well, and this is not me trying to be unfair to you, I'm just trying to put the context in it, is that we asked some questions, I asked some questions yesterday regarding customer classifications, and I apologize because I was told that you were the witness who might be able to answer some questions about this.
Your Honor, I'll take responsibility for this. Mr. Spinard, I think the nature of your questions yesterday, as we understood them, were about, from the load forecast, Mr. Spinard had pointed to commercial and industrial classifications and trying to understand which customers fit in those categories for the load forecast. That's what I thought you were going to ask, and that's where Ms. Isaacson could help, as trying to understand that. I'm sorry, that would be Mrs. Montgomery.
That's fine.
My apologies. Long day. But if, I think otherwise, given the nature of the questions that you're asking, I wasn't trying to lead you astray, Mr. Spinard, I apologize. I just, given what you'd asked before, I thought they'd be more appropriate for Mrs. Montgomery.
Who's the right person?
For the kinds of questions that he's asking now, I would suggest starting with Mr. Horning, who is responsible for tariffs. And if for any reason he had things that you might want to be interested in that he wanted to defer to Mr. Conroy, that would be the next step. I wasn't trying to lead you astray, David, I
Would it be the
apologize.
last two?
They are,
The
yes.
next two?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Spinard?
And, Your Honor, I want to make the record clear, because the counsel, he's been very gracious, and I don't think that there was any gaming or led astray. I think this is just one of those situations with an enormous record and complex issues, is that I may have talked past him, or may have not been clear, but it's certainly not anything on, thank you for your assistance, and this is simply just not the right witness. And that's fine.
For these particular questions?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And,
Thank you, Your Honor.
And with that, we'll have no other questions for this witness. We have some for the other.
Gotcha. We'll try Mr. Horning next. Staff?
Oh,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
which is fine. If you want staff to go out of order, I just wanted to make sure.
I don't wanna go out of
Okay.
order.
Okay.
I don't.
Can I just ask one follow-up to that, and if council wants to jump in and redirect me, or if you want to,
Okay.
My understanding is something you just said, though. Which tariff a hypothetical 400 megawatt data center takes service under is a decision for the economic development team?
Well, the question was, if they wanted to know their options, who are they talking to?
Okay,
And so that was my response to that.
okay. Who makes the decision as to what tariff ultimately they are allowed to take service under?
That would be a question for Mr. Conroy. And what I would tell you is that they are specific. I mean, residential rates are specific to residential customers, that
Okay.
sort of thing.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Economic development presents the options. Mr. Conroy's team makes the decision, or I should ask Mr. Conroy's? who
In
makes the
terms
decision?
of who qualifies for what rate, yeah, there's a lot of different, scenarios in that question.
Okay,
I think he'd be best positioned
to answer the
field
question.
whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure where
Okay.
your questions would go with that.
I may ask Mr. Conroy that question then. I did have one other set of questions really quickly. Hopefully we can run through it a relatively short amount of time here. If you could look at the response, or the question and response to joint interveners' second set of data requests, number 36. And we can pull up there's a supplemental response here that contains the original response as well. And I'm looking for the actual PDF now from May 8th.
Oh, was it a supplement?
It was a supplement. And then after that, I want to look really quickly at the spreadsheet that was attached. to that supplement. The question first, just so we know what we're looking at with the spreadsheet.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm there.
So just so we know what we're looking at for the spreadsheet that I'll have Mr. Lovecamp, or request Mr. Lovecamp pull up in just a moment. We've requested information on the monthly average number of customers with past due balances by zip code and the monthly average past due balance amount by zip code or census tract.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we were asking for, just to make sure we know what we're looking at with the spreadsheet. If you could pull that up, once you have it, let me know.
I'm there.
Okay, and this is the supplemental spreadsheet. The supplement just noted that the SQL database was pulling some information incorrectly. I'm not getting at the difference between this and the original, but this is the most recent. So just looking at the top, there are 3 sets of years, 2021, 22, and 23. And I'm just gonna ask about 23 just to keep it simple. I think the questions sort of apply across all of them. And under each year, you have average number of customers and average past due balance as 2 columns for each year, right?
Yes.
Okay. When it says average number of customers, I just want to ask to clarify, what is this averaged over? Is that the average number of customers per month?
I believe that is the average number of customers per month, subject to check.
Okay. And I ask, and the same with the average past due amount. That's the average past due amount in that zip code, summed up for that zip code, but averaged by month.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew what it was averaged over.
Yeah.
And then average number of customers, when it says customers, that's across all rate classes, correct? Do you recall?
I believe so.
Okay.
I need to go back to the question. Subject to check, yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. So if I wanted to find out the total past due, the total number of customers that had a past due payment, or the total, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it even. So just looking at the first zip code, 40003, the average number of customers is 45, which means there were 45 times 12, 540 past due customers. And I'm hesitating because some customers may have had past due bills in more than 1 month, right? So that's
yes.
540 past due bills in that zip code over the course of the year, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the total past due amount of all of those bills for that zip code would be that $242.45 multiplied by 12, right?
That would be the, multiplied by, that would be their average monthly past due balance. So for those customers, it would be, and they could be different, or they could be the same, the average for a month would be $242.45.
When you say they could be the same or they could be different, the customers could be the same or
That's,
could be
that,
different?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for your point a minute ago.
The total amount past due in that zip code, could that be figured out by multiplying that $242.45 by the 12 months?
I'm not sure that would be appropriate, because if it's one customer that's in 1 month, it's, it's not that amount times. This is asking the monthly average, and if you said, what is the average past due balance over the course of a year, I don't believe it would be the summation of that.
So
for
if you
each
had
month.
one customer past due in 1 month, and their past due amount was $242, then the average past due amount over the course of that year would be $242 divided by 12, wouldn't it?
I think what it sounds like you're trying to say is that the past due balances are, you would summarize them and say the total past due is whatever that would turn out to be. And I'm saying, I don't think that's appropriate, because at any particular point in time, it would, it would be this number.
Okay. I confused myself a lot trying to look at this spreadsheet and
I
figure
might have
out
just
how to go
confused
one way
myself,
or
but yeah,
another.
no, I
So
think that's right.
maybe the easiest way is to ask a post-hearing data request that clarifies the amounts in the way that I'm trying to.
Okay.
Perhaps ask for an annual summary or something like that.
Yes.
Of the total amount of past due bills.
Well, if you said the average over the course of a year, it would be the average.
Yeah.
At any, so
If it were
I
the
don't-
total amount, if we asked for the total amount of past due bills by zip code, would that be able to be provided?
The average?
No, the total. If
Um,
in month one,
Yeah, I suppose we could provide over the course of a year,
Okay.
the amount that was past due
okay,
over time, over the course of that year.
okay. And could that be broken out by, like, class of customer, the rate class?
The rate class?
Yeah.
Okay, we could do it by rate category.
Okay. And I just have two other quick questions about this. Looking at that spreadsheet, if we could scroll down, and this is why I was confused by this spreadsheet to begin with. Let's go to just the highest one, zip code 40225 in row 93. Let me know when you have that row highlighted or you can see it.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. I was confused a bit because looking at this spreadsheet, it says 0 average customers. But when you click on that cell, it's actually 0.16 continuing, which would be one customer in 2 separate months or 2 customers in 1 month, but it's basically 2 past due bills, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the average of those past due bills was a little over $1 million.
Yes,
So that was a large customer, right?
yes.
I went looking for zip code 40225 just to try and figure out where in the state that is. And as far as I can tell, there's only one customer in that zip code.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what's in that zip code?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. We objected to this question in our written response, and I fail to see where Mr. Gary is going with this, specifically to provide information about a specific customer.
My question is, the IRP regulation specifically asks that the purpose be to provide adequate and reliable supply of electricity at the lowest possible cost for all customers. And specifically within Section 9, it asks that average system rates be included. I think the fact that one customer is causing essentially more than half of the past due amounts, from what I can tell, might impact the rates for everybody else, particularly as we're looking forward to potential additions of hundreds of megawatts of data centers. If those hypothetically were to be past due in the future, it seems like that could affect the rates of everybody else as well. And I'm not going to ask how that might impact everybody else's rates, but it seems relevant to me.
You're not asking for the identity of the customer.
I think the identity is publicly available is where I was getting. If the companies think that that's best served under confidential session, we can do that instead, if that's the concern. But I do think that information is publicly ascertainable from this spreadsheet and looking at a map.
Your Honor, if we may, I don't disagree with counsel about what the necessity, function, and conformity statement of the IRP regulation states. Be clear, what it says is commission review of load forecasts and resource plans. We all know it says as far as that goes, for a adequate and reliable supply of electricity at the lowest possible cost for all customers within their service areas. It does not say, let's break this down by rate class. It does not say that we need to maximize or minimize rates for any particular customer. The section to which counsel referred, Section 9 concerning financial information, does not refer to past due balances in any way, shape, or form. It asks for the present value of revenue requirements, a discount rate used for present value calculations, nominal and real revenue requirements by year, which has nothing to do with past due balances, and average system rates, revenues per kilowatt hour, meaning all of the revenue requirements divided by kilowatt hours, which again has nothing to do with past due balances. This is a rate case question, a legitimate rate case question in the rate case.
And that's what I was about to say. We
Yes,
break
Your Honor.
down rates by class in a rate case.
Yes, ma'am.
If there's a rogue customer that is messing things up for all of the customers, I think that's relevant information, but maybe not in an IRP. I'll give you one more chance to convince me it's relevant in an IRP, though, Mr. Berry.
I think lowest costable, I think it's somewhat implicit in the idea of lowest possible cost for all customers, that individual classes should not bear a disproportionate brunt of that. And that's what I'm getting at here.
Staff, relevant in an IRP or not?
We would generally look at the overall revenue effect, not at the classes of customers, I think, in terms of.
I think it's really relevant information, maybe not specific to this case, though, and that we'll want to follow up with that.
That's my last question then. Thank you very much.
Sure. All right. Am I skipping anybody before I move to staff? Staff.
I've got a couple of PPA questions. Can we take a look at your response to Southern Renewable Energy Association's initial request for information? Answer to question number 6, and I believe that's PDF page 18 of 60.
I am there. Yes.
And is the first PPA, is that in reference to Rudd's Creek Solar Facility? If I'm mispronouncing that, please tell me.
Oh, I believe so. I'm not, I do know what you're talking about, but I can't recall right at the moment if it's the first one or the second one, but yes, okay.
Okay. And then does the other one relate to the Bright Night Raglan?
I believe so.
Can we take a look at IRP Volume 1, page 5-28, Section 5? Footnote 38, and I believe that's on PDF page 35 of 135. And if you could just read through that and then tell me when you're done.
Which footnote was it again? I'm sorry.
Footnote 38, and I believe it's on PDF page 35 of 135.
Footnote 38, right?
Yes, footnote 38.
I'm just reviewing the footnote. Okay.
So it appears that the 6 PPAs are, they're not going to be moving forward. Is that basically what we're looking at?
It looks like that's a good potential, that they may not move forward.
And I'm going to share a screen. There was in the administrative case 387, that there was a table filed in that case. This might help sum it up some. I think these are the 6 PPAs at issue.
Oop, the screen.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
And it's been pretty relevant throughout the IRP that it looks like solar has essentially doubled in cost. Is that accurate?
It has certainly gone up.
Is there, and if you look back at the footnote 38, at the very end, it discusses that there are additional solar projects that are being proposed in the IRP, and that's the Mercer and Marion County projects. Is there a concern that, that those projects are gonna go forward based on the increased cost of solar?
I'm sorry, I'm not the appropriate witness for that particular question, whether those will go forward or not. Our resource plans, I would, in the context of the IRP, I would put it to the people responsible for the modeling and building those solar. I would likely recommend Mr. Tummons.
Mr. Cummins?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so.
Your Honor, we could also answer any questions you have about those facilities in a post-hearing DR, if that's helpful.
Yeah, since he's already
Rather-
testified. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions, Commissioner Reagan? Nothing from me either. Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Ms. Montgomery, you're excused.
Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, can I request just a quick recess? Just need to use the restrooms.
Yes, yes, let's do 10 minutes, okay?
Thank you.
Let's all come
Thank
back,
you.
well, 12 minutes, let's do that.
Excellent. Thank you. 10 minutes, so 3:30, Your Honor?
Yeah. Number 2024-00326, and applicant, please call your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Michael Hornick.
Mr. Horning, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name's Michael Horning. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, 40223. New address?
In Louisville? Councilman?
In Louisville, Kentucky, 402, yeah, Louisville, Kentucky.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hornick, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by LGD and KU.
Fantastic. And what is your job title, please?
My job title is Manager of Pricing and Tariffs.
Very good. Did you sponsor responses to certain data requests in this proceeding?
I have.
Your Honor, the witness is available for questions.
Okay. Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
SIEA.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. We have a few questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. And as the normal admonition, if you don't hear me, understand me, you're going to let me know. And I'm not asking you for any legal conclusions. And obviously, if you don't know the answer, you just say I don't know. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. In terms of trying to directly tie these questions into the IRP process and to follow up on some questions yesterday, the first thing I want to do is I want to ask you, are you familiar with the tariffs of the Kentucky Utilities Company?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the tariffs of Louisville Gas and Electric Company?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's a portion of the IRP regulation which speaks for itself that talks in terms of, this is section 7, load forecast, and it calls for the plan shall include historical and forecasted information regarding loads. And then part 1 speaks in terms of the information shall be provided for the total system and where available, disaggregated by the following customer classes. And this is what I'm trying to develop the record on is in relationship to load forecast into the IRP. So for section 7, part 1, subpart D, it lists commercial as one of the customer classes. So my question to you is that, what I'd like you to say is that the commercial class with regard to load comprises customers who take service under the following tariff provisions. What would be if commercial customers, that's a class, so it comprises some group of customers. So if you know the commercial class, what tariff provisions would those commercial customers be taking service under?
Well, from a tariff perspective, I can't answer that question easily, and let me kind of explain.
Sure.
Historically, and this is many, many years ago, our tariff structure was such that it was broken out by residential, commercial, industrial. We have since migrated away from that to a volumetric tariff basis. It's less important for the company and our planning to know exactly, necessarily, what exactly you do at your premise, other than how much energy do you need to take service at that premise. From a cost of service perspective, it's more interesting to us as to how much energy you need to serve you. So we've moved to a volumetric basis. So to answer that question, how I would describe what commercial is this. If it's not residential, and it's not industrial, and industrial is defined because of our DSM tariff, because there's a statutory opt-out provision associated with it, so we had to define that. Anything that's not residential, anything that's not commercial, anything that's not residential and not industrial is thus commercial.
Okay, this is a very thorough answer, and I appreciate that. So, and this is your testimony, that the focus, rather than being focused principally upon whether someone's in the commercial class or someone's defined as industrial, is the focus on usage in terms of as how the company looks at it, what's important to the company? Because if I understand your testimony correctly, there has been some modification or change or difference in how this is viewed. Is the focus mainly on what the customer's actually doing rather than the customer's name, so to speak, in a class?
Well, I think if you know, I'll refer back to Mr. Jones's testimony in this case as well as earlier, I guess, yesterday, or late yesterday. The company does its forecasting, and again, you want details, I know the skim surface of this, so anything deeper than this has to go to Mr. Jones. They do their holistically for the load holistically. Now, they have various inputs associated with that you'd have to ask Mr. Jones about, but they're looking holistically, and once they get, and they use what I would call the tariff rate schedule type constructs to determine that. Because each of those tariffs has a usage band to it. And so they're looking at understanding what that usage band looks like. Those usage bands are more homogeneous, and that's why they're lumped together. And so that's how their forecast is developed. From there, to meet the standard, they then, after they create their forecast, they then go back and look at allocation perspectives of how it's classified within our billing system. Because in our billing system, we do have some classifications for industrial, for our DSM opt-out. And again, if it's not residential and it's not industrial, it falls in commercial.
Okay. So the notice of the usage band is that for a hypothetical 400 megawatt data center, if you know, where would you think that would fall in terms of how that customer is going to behave? Is it your opinion that customer's obviously it's not going to fall under residential? That seems fairly clear, correct?
That is correct.
So, but then you have this industrial group, and then you have that which is neither residential or industrial. For the data centers, in terms of forecasting load, is the expectation that their behaviors, their energy usage is going to be more consistent with an industrial user or more consistent with a non-industrial, non-residential user?
Well, I would point more to the tariff than what the industrial versus commercial designation. They are going to be a very large load. They're going to be one of the larger loads we have on our service territory. As of today, with our current rate structure, they would fall under our retail transmission service rate, RTS rate. That's irrelevant whether they're a commercial customer or industrial customer. It's just due to the size of their load, that's the rate schedule they would fall under. Now, as it relates to DSM, they do not fall under the definition of how we define industrial, and so for DSM purposes, they would be considered a commercial customer, and our forecasting that they would be considered a commercial customer.
Okay, thank you. That's a very thorough answer, and that really is very helpful. With regard to, if I understood what you said, that you were saying that a hypothetical 400 megawatt data centers, their option is to come in under RTS service.
Correct.
Okay. Is it required that such a customer would have to sign a contract, or could such a customer receive service under the RTS tariff in the absence of a separate contract?
All customers that are within our time of day secondary and above, which would be time of day secondary, time of day primary, and an RTS, FLS, all of those require contracts.
Okay. And please give me just a second, because I just want to double check. I think you've answered my questions. Thank you so much.
Okay. Joint interveners.
Thank you very much. Just one short set of questions. Apologies. If you could take a look at joint interveners' first set of data requests number 75.
Okay.
Okay, you're there. Specifically, subpart B. the joint interveners asked about discussions regarding whether to allow net metering to continue beyond the 1% threshold. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then the company's response on the next page was that they've had numerous discussions. Their consistent concern has been to ensure non-net metering customers are not adversely affected. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And when you say adversely affected, I assume you mean cost-wise?
That's correct.
Okay. With regards to cost, well, how long have you been with the companies?
I've been with the company 29 years.
Okay. How long have you been dealing with rate setting or your current position or?
Well, current position, I've been in this current position since 2018.
Okay.
I was in the rates department probably for another couple of years as an analyst early on in my career.
So you were here in 2020 when the companies transitioned to the net metering to tariff, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. In the transition, the commission ordered that certain avoided costs be considered in setting that net metering to tariff compensation rate?
Yes,
Or
I did.
I should say rider, I'm saying tariff. Net metering to rider, correct?
It's a tariff for service under that rider.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it a rider, it's taking service under that net metering to tariff.
Okay. And those avoided costs, I'm not gonna walk through all of them, but generally, those were set by the commission to ensure that the compensation being provided, just making sure I understand, that the compensation being provided for exported energy from eligible customer generators was to be at the costs that avoided for the companies, right?
Your Honor, would like to object on the grounds of relevance here. I'm not sure how this fits into the IRP. If we want to have discussions about the rider NMS2 compensation rate and whether it's adequate or not, that would be an excellent set of questions and discussions to have in the company's upcoming rate cases that will be filed on May 30th. But I'm not sure I understand how this figures into the IRP.
The companies indicated that the load forecast depends, at least in part, on whether that 1% threshold is set, whether net metering customers are allowed to continue receiving compensation beyond that, and that affects the load forecast. And I'm just trying to get at why the companies determined in their most likely scenarios that, as they have determined, that threshold ends. And not getting to the exact levels of the rates or anything like that. I understand the level of that compensation and whether that's appropriate or not is a matter for the rate case. Just asking his opinion on whether that in fact does, as he said, ensure non-net metering customers are not adversely affected.
Mr. Crosby, if we're not getting into specific rates, you still have the same objection?
Well, my only further thought on that, Your Honor, is that we had a discussion with Mr. Jones yesterday about load forecasting assumptions across the different high, mid, and low load forecasts. And he was available to ask any questions. I confess I do not recall the questions that we had for Mr. Jones. But in terms of whether the NMS2 rate impacts that it might have on other customers, I think those are questions better addressed in the rate case than the IRP. I'm just not sure how that
Does
plays
staff
in
have
here.
anything?
To the extent the question is about the 1% limit, like the 1% limit for the DSM or any number of that and how the NS impacts it, I imagine that's in the scope. Obviously certain, like specific questions about what the number should be, or otherwise, I don't know that, that may be to your point.
Okay.
But staff defers.
So if you could keep your questions within the parameters of,
It'll be two quick questions. I don't think that, but I won't argue that they have waived the objection by not continuing it at this point. If the
Yeah, I
objection
mean,
comes up again, that's fine.
unfortunately, we have 3 cases going at once, and it has been difficult to try and respect the positions of all parties in this case. And I've tried to balance it the best I can. I'm gonna allow you the two more questions, but like, not limited specifically to 2, but you said 2. But really, let's not stray into things. I assume you'll probably represent someone as well in the other cases. I think we've got a hearing coming in August, and then another one shortly after that, and we can get into a lot of that stuff.
Understood.
Mhm.
From your recollection, the purpose of setting those avoided costs where they were was to avoid impacts on non-net metering customers. That was the commission's intention, correct?
I don't know that I can speak for what the commission's intentions were, but the numbers were derived from the methodology that the commission provided to us.
And that methodology stated was the avoided costs to the company.
As the commission calculated them, yes.
Yes, and I'm not gonna get, that's actually all my questions, so I'm not gonna get into how they calculated them or anything like that. That's it, thank you. And that's all my questions.
Okay, staff?
With no additional questions.
No additional questions. Commissioner Rea? Nor do I. Any, redirect?
No, ma'am.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right. Mr. Hunter, you're excused.
Thank you.
Call the next witness.
Thank you. LG and KU call Robert Conroy.
Mr. Conroy, you're back in clear.
Afternoon.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Robert M. Conroy. Business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Okay, Counselor, you ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Conroy.
Good afternoon.
All right. By whom are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by LG&E and KU Services.
And what is your job title, please?
Vice President of State Regulation and Rates.
Very good. Did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown is back at the table. This is the one you had a question for?
I've only got like two, Your Honor.
No, you're not limited, please.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Hi, Mr. Conroy.
Good morning, or afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Evening.
yeah.
Whichever way
Okay.
it is.
Close enough, right?
Yeah.
When Mr. Hornig was answering questions, something sparked my thought about the discussion about where the data centers are gonna fit in the rates for the companies. And I think he said RTS is a possibility. Have you guys thought about maybe having a new category for them, or, because they don't traditionally fit as commercial, they don't traditionally fit as industrial. I just want to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Your Honor, I don't want to circumvent anything that you think is appropriate in any way. But if the question is what rate schedule will data centers be served under, I just think that's an appropriate question for the rate case that we're getting ready to file.
Mr. Millar?
That's fine, I can move on. Are you aware, okay, are you aware of any other utilities in other areas, for example, Ohio or Indiana, struggling with how to effectively deal with the concept of stranded cost if the data centers were to leave?
I'm aware there are many views across many jurisdictions, whether it's a vertically integrated state, a retail choice state, regarding service to data centers and rates and contracts, all of which we will address in an upcoming rate case.
Are you familiar with any of them working to create contracts to allow for the capture of stranded costs to the extent that data centers were to shut down during the middle of what they had planned to do? Are you familiar with any?
Again, I'm familiar with the various jurisdictions and all the issues.
Okay.
And again, that is a subject for the rate case.
Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so moving on then to Sierra Club.
Kristen?
Okay, and then Mr. Spinardis, are you?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, joint interveners.
Literally just one, you heard moments ago. Who makes that determination of what tariff a customer is allowed to take service under?
Ultimately, the commission determines. Our rate schedules, as Mr. Horning mentioned, there are parameters on what the availability is. And based on size and the parameter of the customer, they would fall under specific rate schedules.
If there is a question when somebody is applying for interconnection with the company, who within the company makes a determination whether a tariff is applicable or not, or the companies?
I mean, ultimately, it's a discussion amongst the customer service, biz economic development, and the regulatory team.
Okay, economic development is a part of that.
They're all part of the discussion on determining service to large, unique rate or customers, yes.
Okay, just one moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gary. And then moving on to staff.
We'll make you very happy. No further questions.
I'm gonna think of some.
I don't in this case.
Yeah, no, me either. We probably are gonna
Have more later.
save a lot for the other cases. That's all. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Conroy could not be excused? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any motions at this time? All right, so, sounded like we're gonna have some post-hearing data requests. Staff, can you issue a written summary by May 19th?
May 19th will work.
That's Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
For post-hearing data requests?
For post-hearing data requests.
Okay,
Can you say that again? I'm so sorry.
May 19th for post-hearing data requests.
That's Monday?
Yeah.
And then respond by May 30th?
Your Honor, would it be possible for us to have until June 6th?
Let's see, staff report needs to be filed June 30th. So I'm gonna ask staff what you think about that.
So if we push it to June 6th, I think just for a lot of internal like process reasons, a report by the 30th would be sort of impracticable. We can amend the procedural schedule for a later date if that's the commission's wish. We could push it back commensurate to a July date for.
Final order's July 18th.
Correct. So I mean, we would, if it's at all practical, we would prefer a May 30th response date.
Okay,
Is
can we
there a particular
split that? Can
reason?
we do
If we could split the
June 3rd
difference
or
and say
something
like a
like
June
that?
2nd or something like that, just at least an additional weekend. Would that be, I mean, if it's not feasible, then we'll make it work.
30th is a Friday, the
So
following.
June 2nd would be the Monday. Is that?
Yes.
The either-
So Friday the 30th versus June 2nd.
I mean, we obviously defer to the commission's wisdom, but the 2nd should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah.
June 2nd, can you live with that?
I think given, it seems, just to make sure I understand the relative quantity of post-hearing DRs, does anybody have a list?
I think there's about 22, if I'm counting right.
22 in total?
I think, but I just
You've
sort of.
been counting?
Well, sort of.
I'm impressed,
Me too.
because I confess I don't know the answer to that. If we could move it, I know it sounds like maybe a small thing, but with the volume between the CPCN case, the upcoming rate case, I know.
If you want the
we're-
weekend,
I'm sorry.
we won't object to the weekend if that's what you're
June
asking
2nd.
for.
Can we move? File on.
Your DRs by this Friday instead of Monday?
Well, I'm just saying that, you know,
I-
I
we
think
didn't-
we only have a few, and it's probably easier.
Right, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't think we have any concern about the 19th at all. I think it's more of a matter if we could even June 3rd would be a help on our end.
Our staff also has
Right, I mean, that's his, I
the
mean,
CPCN, but also lots of other rate
there's
cases
a lot
in
of
summer
overlap
too.
in staff as well
Yeah,
between.
I try
Understood.
very hard not to keep these guys from quitting.
Yes, that's legitimate. We definitely don't want that to happen. So I guess the other question, Your Honor, is whether with respect to, I know that there is an order date stated in the procedural schedule. I'm not trying to have an oral argument here by any stretch of the imagination, but at least from the company's perspective, I'm not sure that there's an 8-month clock on an IRP proceeding.
There's not.
And so I'm just offering
Do
that
we
if.
want to amend the procedural schedule
Well,
slightly?
that was going to be my offer.
To a
is
later date?
We can amend it to a July date if that'll work for everybody. I mean, we had put in the original procedural schedule, obviously the June 30th, to try to get it out in a sort of a regular order time.
Right.
All right. So
Staff would have no objection to pushing it to say a July. We could push it to the end of July, and then we can push your response to June 5th if that's fine, and then we can move everybody over.
is
Do
this,
June 6th, which is the Friday?
Yeah, sorry, the Friday.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
is this making
Does that work for
anybody
you?
angry?
I think I was having, May 19th
Yes.
is when we file our data request.
Or the
Then
last-
notify on June 6th?
Yes.
You said, and then the order comes out in July?
Well, there's no order. The staff report,
Oh, staff
the staff report, we will then just push back to July 30th as a.
July
that'll give us time
30th?
to absorb.
Instead of
that'll give us
July
time to-
18th?
That'll give us the
I'm
space.
sorry. Instead of
That
June
gives you enough
30th.
time?
Or the 31st. July's got 31 days.
Does
Just
that
whatever
give-
the last day of July.
Is that okay?
If that's if,
Okay,
if
but
that's okay with
then-
the commission.
Final order to be due by,
Well, again, the staff report and then the
why does it have final order date on here?
Like
well,
the
the
closeout?
commission accepts the closes the case,
Okay.
and we can just have that at what the day, the week or two after the
Okay.
report is issued.
And then for post-hearing comments, if people want to file supplemental comments, I had June 6th and responses to those by June 11th. Do we need to alter those as well?
If you're asking for the 6th, then we do 7 and 7. Is that okay?
I guess, Your Honor, the companies would suggest that between the DRs and responses and the hearing that we've had here so far, I mean, at least the steps that are currently laid out in the procedural schedule would seem to indicate that there would be a staff report and then responses, an opportunity to comment on the staff report. That seems more than sufficient to us.
We'd have no objection to eliminating post-hearing comments and relying on comments after the staff.
Did others want to file supplemental comments?
We had intended to.
I'm inclined to allow you to, but not on this deadline as I had scheduled. So if staff report's coming out July 31st,
Can we, is there an objection if we do simultaneous filing of comments and then no supplemental filings for post-hearing? So like, if they were intending to and we were trying to split the difference here, if we just file at the same time, staff will still come out on the same schedule for a staff report.
And then comments on
And
the
then
staff
the
report.
comments on our report thereafter as regularly scheduled. Is that an okay situation?
I think if.
Again,
We can do
staff
this.
takes no position here.
No,
We're
no,
trying
no,
to-
I understand. So other than, okay, but Your Honor, you said you are inclined to allow
yes,
post-hearing
if they want to file
comments.
supplemental comments, I'm inclined to allow that,
Okay,
yeah.
I think
But the timing should be after you've gotten the staff report?
simultaneous.
Typically, we file comments after the hearing, then there's the staff
Yes.
report, and then
Okay.
comments on the staff report. The comments on the staff report are usually pretty limited. The more substantive would be the post-hearing comments, from our
Okay.
perspective.
Okay, we're gonna get DRs out by May 19th. We're
Okay.
gonna do June 6th for answering those, rather than May 30th.
Okay.
And then between June 6th and July 31st, we can pick a date to have the comments filed. How about, is June 15th the weekday? Nope, it's not.
That's a Sunday.
June 16th? If you wanna file supplemental comments,
Is that-
that's 10 days after you've
That's
gotten
fine,
answers.
yeah.
That seems, are we okay with that?
June 16th.
Yes.
And they're gonna be simultaneous, correct, and we're not gonna do
Simultaneous.
we're not gonna do a response, is that staff's understanding? They'll just
I
be
think that's
one
fine.
filing,
Yes,
is that?
Are you sure, Mr.
Because we'll
Crosby,
do-
you have
Yes.
some time?
No, and I
Okay.
appreciate that, Your Honor, but I assume, I think with just the general layout of things, if we can all put in our word, we'll hear what staff has to say in the report, and then if they take the side of an intervener, God forbid, we will respond to that in our response to the comments. So I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be okay with that.
Regardless of what my children might say about me, I do try very hard to be fair.
It comes across, Your Honor.
That's fine. So June
All right.
16th on the
And
post
then
hearing.
we'll have a final,
Okay.
the staff report by July 31st, and then the final order, which just closes the case out. a couple of weeks after that.
So staff report on
July 31st.
July 31st, and then we would have comments on the staff report by, do we have?
Well, that's the math I got to do in my head.
Yeah.
How long do y'all need? I forget the procedural schedule for what it was originally, so I apologize. I'm trying to pull it up.
The CPCN is a hearing in the beginning of August.
It does, which is what we're trying to also.
So you might want to give yourself.
Yeah,
time.
no. I appreciate everything you're saying.
I'll be on sabbatical and I will not be here.
Kristen, thank
So
you.
thoughtful.
How can I get a sabbatical?
Yeah.
I don't
It
think we
seems
have any
reasonable.
summer vacation.
Does it, I'm trying to remember what those dates are, to be totally honest. Does staff remember on the CPCN hearing?
October 4th, that's what it is. The hearing is October 4th. That's
August
what it is.
4th.
August 4th, sorry. Yeah.
Why don't we say August 22nd? Because I'm assuming that, that hearing will be a potentially lengthy one.
Okay, thanks.
And then we'd have
you're
2
very
weeks after
optimistic.
that to
Yeah.
file comments, to have draft comments and all that. Is that?
So you said October what?
I'm just.
No, August.
August 27th, sorry, is what you said, August 27th.
What are we doing on August 27th?
August
Well-
22nd was a proposal, sorry, Your Honor, the thought was if we could file the comments on the staff's report by August 22nd, I think that'd give everybody who's going to be participating in the CPCN hearing, which is everyone I'm looking at, that week of August 4th. That'd give us 2 weeks after that to go ahead and do the comments on staff report and
So
then.
that we're overlapping now. Everybody's gonna get so confused. Okay.
Well, it-
I think the staff report being done before the CPCN hearing is
Right,
sufficient,
that-
and then.
that'll help.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I-
All right, so if you wanna file
I'm
comments
fine with
on
that.
the staff report that's due July 31st, then we'll do that by August 22nd. And then we'll do the closing order sometime after that. But I don't have an 8-month deadline.
Correct. I mean, there's no statutory or other process, internal deadline for an IRP.
Yeah, we've had them
We are
drag
just
out 2
attempting
years.
to do them
Okay.
sort of in a regular order, so.
We're good. In 90 days.
All right, nobody appeal my post-hearing procedural report. Is there anything further?
Not for us, Your Honor, thank you.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May 19th, June 6th.